hatred, self-denial, self-doubt. Most difficult thing to renounce in your life is SDHD. Renounce that. Dhira, courage is moving the SDHD out and having the vision for your future. I am very clear. By the end of this year, means my 43rd year, when I am entering into 44th Jayanti, 44th Avatara Dina, I am very clear. Sri Kailasa will have embassy in at least 44 countries. That's all. And I will manifest it. And I will not bother about what I have not manifested in the past and planned. If I have planned and not manifested, I will see why I have not manifested and I will eliminate those reasons with intelligence and go on planning, manifesting. Understand, when you plant your conscious will for your future, either that seed becomes tree. If that seed doesn't sprout, it will become manure. Listen. If that seed doesn't sprout, it will become manure. The seeds which doesn't sprout, at least becomes manure and enriches the ground. So, if I put 1,000 seeds, 900 may sprout and grow as tree. The other 100 is not going to be wasted. It will become manure. It will enrich the earth. It will raise the quality of the farming land. Source of the tireless inner space. Source of all the mental abilities. Source of all the knowledge and source of all the mental resources is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Even when you are eating, before eating, just sit for a few seconds and bring your breathing and remember the reality. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is breathing in you. Paramashiva is breathing in you. That is the truth. There is nothing to imagine and visualize and realize. Reality does not need to be realized. It is the truth. Highest possibilities, mental resources, conscious resources manifest from Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutched space. Turiyavana Sampannam. Time you spend on unclutching is the only time useful in your life. Every minute you spend in unclutching, your life will be rewarded with years. Understand? Unclutching or even effort to unclutch is like a rebooting. Means you are alive and upgraded. Kailasa releases the upgrading software every day. My everyday satsang is upgrade alert. You can choose do now, or you can say remind me later. That is alive satsang. Or not now. It is up to you. I am just Every day satsang is update alert. Every day sitting in unclutching is like rebooting your whole system, upgrading yourself, not just software, hardware, everything. Understand not just software, hardware, everything. I tell you, conscious resources awakening intense, pure, unclutched space. Listen to these two words. Conscious resources, awakening, pure, unclutched space. These two supports one another. If you start manifesting power, conscious resource, that inspires you to unclutch. Unclutching makes you experience more conscious resources. More conscious resources makes you more unclutched. Like a Nirahara Samyama is one of the conscious resource. Ability to deal when your stomach is throwing tantrum. I need food, I need pizza, I need burger. Ability to handle your stomach when it throws tantrum is a conscious resource. And that inspires you to unclutch. And unclutching makes you manifest more conscious resources and makes you manifest powers. When you manifest power, you know the Kundalini Shakti oozing out from inner space and does wonderful, miraculous things around you. I was reading about my Paramaguru, 291st Guru Mahasannidhanam. He has written a beautiful book on connecting with Kailasa space and the beings who are in Kailasa after leaving the body. Videha Muktas, connecting with them and receiving their help to reach Kailasa. He is master in this field. He is adept in this field. One of the gem, the Guru Parampara, 291st Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madhurayadinam, my Paramaguru, Guru's Guru, Paramaguru Sannidhanam, Somasundara Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swami. I was reading some of the books written by him. Not only the knowledge, the experience and strength, a great Yoga Purusha lived in very high Samadhi state, very high spiritual enlightenment. I tell you, once you start unclutching consciously, all those beings from Kailasa automatically reach out to you and manifest through you, support you, inspire you, educate you, awaken you. Like how Satyajnana Darshini, the great Kailasavasi, who achieved Kailasa, he comes and initiates Megandar and teaches the Sivajnana Bodham. So they come through the Akasa space and teach you, awaken you, give you many conscious resources. How Paramashiva and Parvati themselves came and Paramashiva and Parashakti themselves came and gave the knowledge milk, enlightenment milk to Jnana Sambandar. They are constantly available. Just sit in unclutched space. Even if you try, that is enough. Consciously, sincerely trying to unclutch is enough. You will have all the knowledge showered on you. It is time now the being of Paramashiva starts manifesting in all of us. The time is ripe. So, I am going to start the process for manifesting the being of Paramashiva. Whoever wants to attend, you can attend from your home. It will be conducted in two-way video conferencing. It will be whole day program. Indian Standard Time will be followed. It will be a very powerful processes, intense processes. Akasha Bhairava is the God. Akasha Bhairava is the God who makes all our beings ready for Paramashiva to manifest. It will be centered on Akasha Bhairava and making Paramashiva manifest in all of us. It will be million times more powerful than Paramashivoham or any program I conducted till now. Listen. Till now I manifested, revealed the signs of state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva. Now direct process, program directly from Paramashiva to manifest the being of Paramashiva. Maybe I can call it as Paramashivoham level 2. Paramashivoham level 2 because the world is ready. The world is ready. Now is the time all the beings should receive Paramashiva and allow him to manifest in all of us. Understand? No teaching, no technique, no meditations, no methodologies, direct alchemy process, super alchemy processes. I am going to be personally conducting this program. It will be an intense program. First program I am offering after the great fast, directly. First program I am offering after the great fast, directly. Being with Paramashivoham. Manifesting. Being of Paramashiva. Being Paramashivoham. Prepare yourself. The intense energy Paramashiva is manifesting through this being. Will be transmitted to everyone. Each one of you will be literally manifesting the being of Paramashiva. If 10,000 of us can sit together and manifest the being of Paramashiva, not only we will heal the coronavirus in the whole world, we will give a super conscious breakthrough to the world. We will give a super conscious breakthrough to the world. The first program directly I am conducting after the great fast. Paramashivoham level 2. Paramashivoham level 2. Being with Paramashivoham. The whole program will be conducted absolutely based on the multi-dimensional logic. I'll introduce the logic and lifestyle. Way of existence of Kailasa to all of us. Whatever I was talking after the great fast, I'm going to make that all into reality. I'm going to make that all into reality. This is going to be the absolute life positive. How? Wars are the worst life negative. This is the opposite of the worst wars. Absolute life positive. Everything is going to be auspicious. Like everything about war is negative. Everything about this program is going to be positive. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion. The strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. Intense space of Paramashiva manifesting. What will be the result of the program? One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. So how will you even measure what is the result of the program? The person who is supposed to measure will not even be there end of the program. You will all be manifesting Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. This will be the most life positive happening on planet Earth. The most powerful life positive happening on planet Earth. I am going to reveal all the sciences of Paramashiva. Whether planting your future, everything which I was giving trailer till now, I am going to reveal the full movie. I am going to release the full movie, the full being of Paramashivoham. Understand? Intangible but definitive experience and sciences of the cosmos is Vedas and Agamas. And Paramashiva is now going to manifest his very being in all of us. Hinduism is all about contributing. Either you read Vedas, or you read Agamas, or you read Tantra, or you read Puranas. It is all about contribution. That is why even in the war, so much of restriction and so much of righteousness even in the war. Understand? After thoroughly studying all the Hindu scriptures about life, death, war, administration, economy, law and order, social order, enlightenment, after thoroughly analyzing, understand? I don't want to say I have read all scriptures, but I have read enough scriptures to understand what I am talking. After reading all this, I am absolutely convinced Hinduism is all about life positive. Extremely life positive. Whether it is a simple acts you are expected to do, making rangoli with the rice powder outside your house, in front of your house, or applying marudani in your fingers, mehendi, or applying the turmeric powder for your face and kumkum early morning. Everything is all about life positivity. Life positive, life positive, life positive, life positive. Go on contributing, contributing, contributing. Not only minimum bare minimum, as low as possible, taking back from the Jagat, but giving as much as possible. Hinduism is all about that. That's it. I tell you. Why do you think Hindus are the richest ethnic community, not only in United States of America and Canada, Europe and Australia, almost all major countries all over the world? Hindus are the richest ethnic community. I tell you, because from the young age, the religion imbibes this contributing pattern. There will be always exemption that is different, but as a rule, anyone living Hindu, practicing Hindu, if he brings up a child in a practicing Hindu way, it'll all about contributing. I tell you, I am so happy. I had amazing examples of contributors in my life whom I can see and grow, and who taught me contributing makes Parameshwara manifest through you. I tell you. When I came out of Ramakrishna Mission, the first ashram I established, I named it after Ramakrishna Mission as Ramakrishna Dhyana Peetham, for my deep gratitude to Ramakrishna Mission that I learned how to do hard work. I never felt I was exploited, I was cheated, and I should start fighting against Ramakrishna Mission. No. I felt, oh God, how much they taught me to do hard work. A great opportunity I got to do hard work, sincere work. You can talk to any Ramakrishna Mission sadhu. They will tell one thing. Oh, Nithyananda, yes, he was our brahmachari. 24 hours he will be working. Workaholic fellow. That's what they remember. We have reminiscences from many of them. I feel extremely grateful that they have given me an opportunity to learn hardworking. Understand? I tell you. Contributors, wherever you go, you will enjoy life. All contributors will always have Lakshmi, whether in the field of health, wealth, life, society, relationships, career, law and order, administration, economy, education, health, medical care, in every field. Hinduism is all about contribution. The Hindu medical researchers, the great Siddhas, they always do research and development to make the medicines, to discover the medicines which are easily available around your home. Understand, that is the beauty. They will always try to come up with a better and better combinations which is widely available. Means making medical care freely available. The whole thought current, again and again I bow down to Siddhas who made health care free in India. Till the time I grew up, I remember literally healthcare is free in the whole village, because we all know simple 50 medicines which we can get from Tiruvannamalai hill, which almost keeps 99% of diseases away from us. 99% of the city is kept healthy. And 99% of the city lives long. I have seen dying before 100 is exemption. Living till 100 is like a regular lifestyle. 90 வயசு தானே ஆச்சு, அதுக்குள்ளேயே வச்சது போயிட்டான். நல்லா தானே இருந்தான். Means, oh, only he's 90, he died already. He was alright till yesterday. fundamental principle of contribution was the core context, whether they do research and development on medical care, or they do research and development on law and order issues, or they develop a new law, or they develop the idea of what is valuable socially and what is economy, what for human beings should work, what is poverty and what is richness, what is having, what is not having. Even these definitions are framed based on the core principle of contributing. Who will be respected in the society and who will not? Who will have the best things of the society and who will not? All these decisions are made based on the principle of contribution.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, The bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds on to the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. It's similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick, that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
What
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, with the grace and unending compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with our love and respect. We welcome all the devotees, disciples, Kailasa-vasis, Gurukul Balasans, Nithyananda University students, viewers, visitors, watching us live on Kailasa TV and Kailasa's Nithyananda TV to yet another extraordinary session of Nithya Satsang. If this is the first time that you're watching us, you're joining us on Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, a very special and warm welcome to you. to the official TV programming of Sri Kailasa, the greatest and only nation in the world. Sri Kailasa is a Hindu nation revived by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Sri Kailasa is dedicated to the preservation, restoration, and revival of an enlightened culture and civilization based on authentic Hinduism. The vision of Sri Kailasa is enlightened living for all humanity, which is rooted in the fundamental principle of Advaita or oneness. The idea that all beings can live in peace and harmony, and that all human beings are equal and divine and can reach their highest potential irrespective of their color, nationality, religion, gender, sexual orientation, caste, creed, or race. This is the premise of the foundation of Sri Kailasa, the principle of oneness, openness, enlightened living for all. This is an inherent strength of Sri Kailasa. There are some abusers and cult members who have mistaken this to be a vulnerability and have tried to exploit it. Over the last few days, we have been following the story of Luke Vieira. We've been getting so much support from all over the world. We're joined again by Luke Vieira, who has shared with immense courage just to be able to talk about it. We thank him for what has been a healing story for so many others. What we know so far is that Luke Vieira was attacked by a predator, a cult implant, who had the backing of unknown sources, both financially and otherwise, and able to execute an agenda which is nothing short of an international cult which is bent on domination and infiltrating an organization and destroying it completely. A Hindu organization which is open and working towards revival of the greatest tradition of openness and Advaita, oneness. The idea that coexistence can happen is fundamental to Sri Kailasa, but is also a threat to others who want to have their own agenda, who want to have dominance by any which way, any means possible. The cult leader, Shera Landry, has had many victims, and Luke Vieira has been able to share his side of the story and given us an insight of what exactly he went through. The deceitful torture, the starving, the sexual abuse, the intoxication, so much that he is able to share only now. And the unfortunate story here is he's not a lone victim. There have been others. There have been others who have been subjected to the same abuse. And it is time for us to call it what it is and come out and share and ensure that nobody else has to go through what Luke and other victims have gone through. Nithyanandam, Luke. Thank you again.
Yes.
After you have shared your story, I'm sure there is support coming in from all parts of the world. And I just wanted to ask you, how has it been so far since you have come out and shared? We saw your Facebook post first, where you first publicly shared this. You finally made that huge step which not many victims actually go through. Which you made
Yes.
that step and shared your story on Facebook, and that's where we came to know about the whole. We got the whole picture, and we contacted you, and you were able to share on this platform as well. Now, I just wanted to ask you, since you have come out in the open and you have shared many things about the attacker, the abuse, and the whole story. What has it been for you? How has it been for you so far?
What I can say is Sangha has definitely been here and been here on my side to help me. My healing has been just immense in the past just 2 days with all the support of Sangha members and obviously Swamiji's blessings. So I just want to thank every one of you who has supported me in this and done some sort of Nithya healing or some sort of healing or prayer towards me, anything to help me. It has helped a lot. And I really want to thank everyone for that. So it's been amazing. It's really been amazing.
Yes, and I've been watching a few messages also, and from worldwide. Sorry about that technical glitch. I'm back on. So I've been monitoring also the responses that we have received worldwide. There have been so many people who are able to look through and recognize the threat, the blatant attack and abuse that you have gone through. And many people have also been able to relate with what your mother has shared, how terrible it must have been for a mother to actually see their child go through this. And I've seen many people, many mothers who have said that they can relate with it, and they're also expressing their concern and their love and their healing towards you as well. So this has been a healing experience, but at the same time, we cannot brush aside the fact that there is a threat, and the threat is still alive, in the sense that there are more possible victims. There are more people who are still vulnerable, and as we discussed, there are other victims who have already come out and shared, and when they did, they actually did not even get the right response. The thing is, what has happened is, in the past, Hindu sannyasis have been under attack.
Yes.
In a lot of ways, a lot of possible ways, whether it is physically abused, sexually abused. So many instances the Hindu sannyasis have been subjected through atrocities. And when they came out and have spoken about it, when they came out and expressed themselves, very shockingly, the media, the public was simply not ready to give that listening. They have not been able to relate with it. And this has become a trend that sannyasis, Hindu monks, were being attacked consistently, and people actually just got away with it because they knew that even if the monks were to come out and give their story, there is not much of an audience, and that has empowered the abusers, and they have gone ahead and continued with their abuse. We have seen this time and again, and unfortunately we've been at the receiving end, and myself included. I was actually at one of the locations here in India. there was a mob attack. And when I came out and expressed it, there was not much of an audience. People simply were not ready to believe it. Even the officials who were supposed to take in the complaint and then do appropriate action, I did not see a lot of traction there. So this has been a trend, and this has happened. And we have seen even other places where, especially minors, because the Hindu sannyasis, the Hindu brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, they have been looked at as a soft target, an easy soft target, and people have exploited, and they continue to exploit. This we have seen in other places also, and unfortunately it has repeated itself, and we have seen it again. The threat is still very much out there, it's very much alive, and there is simply no respite so far for all the attacks that have happened. Joining with us today also is Sri Nithya Sundareshwarananda Maharaj, who has had a very similar experience. And Nithyananda Maharaj, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you, Tejaswami, Nithyananda.
And Maharaj, just wanted to ask you, there was a similar experience you had, and you actually already did come out and share it. I just wanted to ask you, what was your experience? And when you came out and shared it, how did that go? How was it received?
Yes, first of all, I wanted to actually come out and take this opportunity first, give my support, complete support to Luke, who has gone through whatever he went through, and being a first-hand victim of Sarah Landry, the cult leader, I kind of understand even though I have not gone through what you have gone through, but I'm very sure that even the amount that I went through was just horrendous experience for me. Just even hearing what you've gone through, what you've been sharing over the last 2 days, runs chills down my spine, and I have no idea how you have just even managed, even like being alive whatsoever, however you are right now. It is just unimaginable. Because I want to take this time, as Tejaswami was sharing, there has been an incident that has happened in my life as well, where she has sexually abused me, and I had come out and open about it. I had shared about it. As Tejaswami shared, none of it was even taken into consideration. Not just consideration, but it was even mocked at by people and ridiculed. So that was what had come out. And I just wanted to take this time to share what was actually happening, what had happened, so that I also want to put my foot down very firmly that none of these atrocities that these abusers think that they can do whatever they want. All these people, all these infiltrators, all these anti-Hindu gang, they just come in, they just try to destroy everything and disappear, take whatever they want and destroy everything. So I don't want that to happen anymore, and I want to take this time again, because now after Luke, you have come out, and because of your courageous act of even coming out and sharing, we have so many people who are now realizing what has been happening and what has been going over all this while. And people have actually coming to the understandings of it. Many people who never even believed all of that are now coming to the, I can say, senses to even understand what has happened. So anyway, let me go over to what has happened. And I think this was about maybe around 2016, and I think I was about 18 years old at that time. And yes, so for some of you, I've been in the Nithyananda Gurukul. I can just give a brief introduction about myself. So I've been in the Nithyananda Gurukul over the last 10 years, and I'm from Hyderabad, a well-educated family, and one of the toppers even when I was outside, and represented many school competitions and interstate player. And having all that, in spite of all that, my family as a whole were very connected to Swamiji, and they wanted to actually ensure that I don't become one other normal guy and get destroyed, get deluded in the life. Rather make my life useful about something that is proper or something that is contributable to the world, rather than just living a mundane life of, yes, you live, you study, you get a job, you get married, and then you have your kids, you have your grandkids, and you pass off, which has no meaning in it. So my parents at that time itself decided that I have to go over to a spiritual school. And even right from before even I came to the Nithyananda Gurukul, so even like the first 10 years of my life, even at that time, I was in a spiritually oriented school only. And the moment Swamiji had happened in our life, so that was like the best thing that had happened. And at that point in time, I was too young to even understand who Swamiji was. So I was more into the normal life out there, and because I was successful in everything. Of course, I had my downfalls as to I used to get short-tempered just at the age of 9. And I had got 2 transfer certificate warnings, TC warnings, to get sent out of the school because of my anger. And it was just at the age of 9. I had broken one of my friend's hands, and things got very worse. But irrespective of all of this, I had a good name, I had good fame because of my skill sets and all of that. And at one point in time, when my parents actually told that they wanted to come over to the ashram together in Bangalore. I was in Hyderabad at that time. When they told that they wanted to come to the ashram in Bididi, Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham in Bididi, and they told, okay, we have registered for a program. It was a 21-day inner awakening program at that time. So they told that, yes, I'm going to go over, and you also have to come. So my initial response was, no way, I'm not coming anywhere. But of course, I had no other option that was left, because it was only me. I'm like 9 years old, and then they are like, okay, you want you stay alone in the house? Me and mother are going. I'm like, what is this? How will I be able to survive? If this 2 days, 3 days, I can stay at my friend's house. Who's going to keep me in their house for 21 days? So with no other option, I had agreed to go. To be honest, that is how the thing started. And once I came to the program, that is where my life took a complete different turn. It was only my first glimpse with Swamiji during the inner awakening. That time it was, for the children, it was called as the Ingenious program. And during the Ingenious program, I think the first initiation that I had with Swamiji, the first darshan that I had with Swamiji, that's it. Some kind of magic happened. And beyond any kind of logical understanding or perception, that connection with Swamiji just established. And that's it. After the 21 days, I told I'm not coming back. And then on, I just joined Gurukul. I just stayed there. At least my parents were like, no, you at least come, at least tell farewell to your teachers, friends, family members, and all of that. At least come to pick up your clothes and all that. I don't know, I'm not interested. This is what I want, I'm staying back. So that is how my life's journey actually started. It was on such a positive note, like a complete different person outside to a complete different person here. And all of us will be able to relate. The connection that we have with Swamiji might have started with some logical connection, but the reason why we are with Swamiji can never be put to words, can never be logically understood. It is something that is beyond any kind of verbalization or any kind of, you cannot just put it into words telling that, okay, this is the reason I am with Swamiji. No, there is, even though there might be n number of such reasons, even if they do not exist, there is always that strong force that you feel with Swamiji. You literally feel that my life is with him. So that is how I started my life. And it was so powerful. And with that positive note, and then there are so many incidents where Swamiji himself personally chose me. And in the Nithyananda Gurukul, of course, Nithyananda Gurukul is the best environment for any kind of kid. If someone says that, oh, I had a golden childhood in the past, even the golden childhood word makes no meaning if they even look at what the lifestyle we went through or what lifestyle we are having in the Nithyananda Gurukul. Because it's literally, you live on the lap of Swamiji. I don't know the n number of hugs that I've had with Swamiji, the number of times that I've walked along with Swamiji, and the times that he has fed me personally. And it's just unfathomable as to the amount of love, the care, even I don't even want to use these big words. I can say the simple attachment that not only we had, but he had towards us. So it is such a sweet space that he had shared. To the world, we saw him as a great being. But to us, he was every one of our own fathers. And he was everything for us. So that was the life and space that Swamiji had given us. And yes, so that was how it was going. And in the Nithyananda Gurukul, of course, Swamiji supported me, and I came out as one of the Balasans in the Nithyananda Gurukul. I decided to take up the lifestyle of Brahmacharya and live this lifestyle of sannyas, because I was very clear. One day Swamiji had called me and he had asked, what do you want to do? Idol, I'm going to become like you. I want to be with you. Then he actually started training me into this lifestyle of sannyas, and he even gave me the name Sundareshwarananda, which was a complete new life for me. And the whole life was so clear that I'm going to be with him no matter what. And the commitment that Swamiji had was, I can just go on be speaking for days after days after days. So I just want to keep that short in here. And yes, so it was going on this way. And at one time, I wanted to come to the incident. So because I was one of the a very highly active kids in the Nithyananda Gurukul, so we were like a batch of 10-15 kids, because we have already been there with Swamiji over the last 8 years. So naturally, the kind of intelligence that we carried, the Swamiji put into us and developed, the activism that we had, the for life attitudes and the cognitions that we had, that Swamiji developed in us. So that was naturally a very powerful and attractive for everyone around. So many people would come, and many people would actually share about their understandings and all of that. So this was the time during the Nithyananda Yogam, around 2017 in July. And at that time, what had happened was the Nithyananda Yogam, many of us would know about it for the newcomers. So it was actually an invitation-based program that Swamiji himself had invited various participants from all over the world. And it was a very selected batch of Balasans, and the very selected batch of people who actually got to be part of the program. And because it was Swamiji's direct guidance, and Swamiji directly literally installed himself. It was the era or the time, I can say, where Swamiji actually came out with all these new powers, and Swamiji actually started initiating all of us into these various sciences, into the power of third eye, the power of length, breadth, depth, all of that. So Swamiji actually initiated us into all of that. It was literally a miraculous time of everyone's life, not just ours, but the whole world had a positive shift. Continuously, Swamiji was in Samadhi. As soon as he would come out of Samadhi, he would immediately initiate us and give us into these various powers and all of that. So at that time, Swamiji actually also told that he wanted every one of us to film videos. And actually, he wanted all of us to become social media influencers and become social media celebrities. And at that time, so Sarah was the one who was already there in the ashram at that point in time. And she had a good social media review already. So she had a good brand and account that she already had, which had a good amount of subscribers and a good amount of views. So at that point in time, she was actually managing the social media accounts of Swamiji as well. And so Swamiji wanted her to come over and start teaching every one of us this, all these great things, the basic techniques and the nuances and all of that, how we can actually film the videos and all of that. So when she actually came out to the Gurukul, it was in the Nithyananda Gurukul, I think about in the afternoon time, she had come over, and the mentors from the Nithyananda Gurukul had organized the event where the first batch of people would actually go around and get the guidance. So I was one of the first people to jump around telling that, yes, I want to do it. Because anything, I was like, yes, I want to do it. So that was the attitude that I had. And I still remember the first video that I made was with her in front of the waterfalls, which is there in the Nithyananda, the ashram, and in front of the welcome center. So that was the space where she was the first one who actually filmed my video, as well as even creating an account for me. That was what had happened. And I remember even that day when I was personally going in there, and even the time that we were walking around to go and make the video, because I was the first one, it was me and her who went around. So she was actually praising me so much, telling that, wow, you're so good, your words are so powerful and people can connect with you and all that. And I kind of felt that it was too much of exaggeration at that point in time, but I just kept silent. I just kept nodding my head for everything, because I didn't want her to feel offended at that point in time, especially that she was supposed to be teaching me how to do it. So yeah, the conversations continued like this, and the whole event was about 3-hour event, 2 to 3 hours of event, where I would have actually only spoken for about 10 to 15 minutes. That's it. The rest, 2.5 hours or 2 hours 40 minutes, whatever it is, the whole time it was only she constantly speaking about trying to say what are the best things and how you can actually get more views. And she was also constantly thinking about how the celebrities and how they present themselves, and how they actually portray themselves and professionally present. She actually even mentioned a lot about the crystals that she was sharing, telling that she used to make jewelries out of these crystals, and because of that she would become more attractive, and she was able to attract a lot more number of people. So actually yesterday when Luke, you were speaking about this crystal, so I was kind of just able to, it was just very much relatable to me, because I knew what you were speaking about, because the way she exaggerated about the crystals. As you know, in our Sangha, there is nothing about the crystals or any of that sort. It is only purely based on the Agama, where Paramashiva speaks about the Rudraksha. And as we know, we have the largest collection of Rudraksha on the planet Earth. So the whole life that Swamiji is there is completely reviving the pure, authentic Vedic tradition. But anyway, that was our first conversation with actually filming a video. And so I just I just nodded my head and I just get going. I just was like, okay, and it just went on. So then we started filming the video. I think I had taken about 2-3 different tries, because it was my first video and I was kind of little nervous about filming a video. The video is still up in my YouTube channel, and it is still there right now. And at that point in time, the moment we finished filming the video, so she was kind of very happy. And because it was 2-3 different tries, and then the last time without breaking, I actually spoke entirely for about those 10 minutes. And she became so excited at that point in time. She literally just advanced towards me, literally to come and hug me, and kind of felt very awkward about at that point in time. I just stepped back. I just took few steps back, not sure what she was trying to do. And then she immediately apologized, telling that sorry, and she kind of started justifying, telling that, oh, because I filmed the video and it came out so well, she got overexcited that it just came out so well, and it was my first video.
Maharaj, I just wanted to ask you.
Yes, Swami.
At this time when this happened, you were still wearing the kavi, meaning the sacred cloth.
Yes.
And, you were still in the Gurukul. And how old were you at this time?
Yes. So yes, first of all, I was in the kavi, and as I had mentioned that when I was in the kavi, because Swamiji wanted all of us to become social media celebrities and influencers, to reach out this science to the whole world. So I think I was about 18 years old, 18 to 19 years old. I was major already at that point in time. So I was about 18 to 19 years old. Around the transition is when this had happened.
Yes, Manoj, please go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. So yes. So as I was telling that, I was in the Nithyananda Gurukul, I was in the Kavi, and she came in. Actually, at that point, I was too innocent to say that any of this kind of atrociousness or any of this kind of pre-planned demonic attack. I was one, too innocent, second, too ignorant about whether these kind of things could even exist. See, because in the Gurukul, we are brought up in such a pure and a closed environment that literally the first years when we are preparing, when we are growing up, it's more like we are just completely fenced. Beautifully, Swamiji takes care, and he does not allow any kind of negativity to even get into our eyes or ears. That was the kind of protection that we had. So I had no clue. Forget about this kind of in-depth planning and all of that. We had even the movies that we saw was all about Mahabharata, Ramayana and all of these. So nowhere we were even exposed to this kind of strategies or any of these things. So when she came out at that point in time, I was like, what is she trying to do? And I thought maybe it's some Western culture, because I knew she was a Westerner, and maybe it was a Western culture to sometimes come and hug, because that was something that I heard of even before I had come to Gurukul. So somehow I didn't feel comfortable about it, and I just stepped back, after which she started justifying and all that. And I just thought that, okay, maybe she got very excited. Honestly, that was the reason. And then we just left it. I returned back to the Nithyananda Gurukul. And that evening, she had actually uploaded my video on the YouTube channel. She had created my YouTube video channel itself. She had uploaded my entire video. I think she did some edits in that. And she uploaded. And within like about 2 days, it had over 10K views. And I was very happy, because I had not expected something that much, that too without any kind of paid promotions or nothing. It was just an organic growth. And within 2 days, I had 10K views on that video, which I was so happy about. And I wanted to work more and more with her, because I was on track with Swamiji, because I was very happy that whatever Swamiji is telling me, I'm able to make it as a reality. So that is how the thing started, and I was very excited about it. And the moment my video actually came up and it became successful, and Swamiji was also very happy about it, and the entire Nithyananda Gurukul, the mentors, the teachers, everyone was so happy. And we also had the other Balasans starting to join in to film the video. So it was like the base was set. We knew how to do it. So almost every other day, we would go out to film with her in different roles. We would come, sometimes the boys, sometimes the girls, and she would take us and she would film us, telling that she always actually wanted me and insisted me in coming along with her, where she constantly was giving the reason, telling that she would train me to train others. So that was the reason that she had given to me, as well as the mentors and the teachers, everyone, telling that because I have a potential, able to see what not in me, and she wanted to always take me along with her, irrespective of who was filming the video, so that she would train me and I can train others. So for about little 3 months, I would regularly go along with her for filming the videos, and she would always choose remote locations and locations that are not crowded and not where people are there. And she always had a logical reason, or at least at that point in time, I was too logically convinced about the reason that she was giving. Because especially the places where there is no noise or all of that, the video quality was quite good. And the setting and then the background where the trees were there and all of that was, it was all a very serene kind of understanding. So I was convinced that yes, we also need to choose these isolated locations or where people are not there, so that we have a silent and a good thing which will catch people's attention. I even remember once, so while filming Brahmachari's video, he was sitting on top of a huge rock which was on the way to Sikrals. And I was wondering, she's gone crazy. Isn't there a limit to which these things can get on? Literally, that is like a huge rock that exists. And actually, at that point in time, this was also brought up, telling that why are we filming videos somewhere on top of huge rocks like this? It is not right. So Anyway, at that point in time, I didn't give much importance to any of this. We would generally film more and more videos in the Laughing Temple, in the Manas Rover. In the ashram, if you see, the Laughing Temple is the space where Swamiji himself started the entire mission in the Adi Kailash, the first hut, literally where the entire Sangha began. And the Manas Rover, which is there beside the 21-foot Vaijasur Rover, which is a lake, basically a pond, and it had a good setting. And behind the Welcome Center, and all of these places, if any of you have been to the Adi Kailash, you will be knowing all of these places, because these are the places where not much people movement is there. It would always be silent and all of that. And this continued on. I accompanied her for various times. We had a number of boys from the Nithyananda Gurukul, a number of girls from the Nithyananda Gurukul who would go along with her. I accompanied, not everything, but most of the times I had accompanied with her. And within a span of about 3 months, and some of my videos hit over 140k views. So I had a huge number of following in the initial stages itself, and none of that was paid. I had garnered over 5,000 subscribers, and I was completely convinced that what I'm doing is right, and I felt that her suggestions is very valuable. And let me just go by what she's saying, because it was in vision or in par with what Swamiji was wanting every one of us to do. I felt that yes, I'm able to do what Swamiji wants. So I kind of wanted to spend more and more time with her, so I can learn and get more suggestions on how to present, how to speak, what kind of descriptions, what kind of hashtags to use, and how do I reach out to people, what kind of questions to answer, how to engage with the participants, and all of those things. I felt that, okay, I can learn much more from her if I spend more time with her. So this was what things went on. And yeah, previously I told that it was around the July of 2017, but I think this was not in the July of 2017, but back in 2016 itself, around the 18 years old, all this kind of thing that had happened. And on January 2017, so that was when she had actually messaged me, to be precise. I think it's on January 12th, 2017. On that day, around the noon, she had actually messaged me, putting a private message to me over the Facebook, to delete some of the abusive comments that were on my YouTube, and where I had actually uploaded a video on materializing Vibhuti. So it was one of the initiations Swamiji had given, and as soon as I was successfully manifesting this power, I filmed a video about me manifesting this power. And as usual, there is one group of people who are always there trying to distract these middle class mental set of people who can never understand these great sciences and these great possibilities that exist. So they go on abusing and all of that. So at that day, there were some of these abusive comments that were there, and she asked me to delete those. So it was on the same day, I even remember, one other Balasant along with me, Shri Nithya Tatwananda Maharaj. So he had actually gone along with her. Actually, it was a group of us, Tatwa Maharaj, Mangala Maharaj, and a few other boys at that point in time who were there in the Gurukul. So we all went along with Sarah around 3 p.m. to the Manas Rover for filming the video. And, yes, so this is actually the part where things kind of got intimidating, and till here, it was, I can say that I was completely under her clutches. I can say that I had absolutely no idea at all that I was being lured into something, or she had some other agenda, some other motive. I had nothing. To be honest, I had that simple, a very innocent space that why will people want to hurt someone? Especially she's been with Swamiji in the Sangha, and at this point I was thoroughly convinced, and I was very clear that she's only supporting me, and whatever she tells me, it's for my good. I was very clear and very convinced about that. And I even saw that in results. See, it was not like a blind faith that I had on her, but I was convinced with the results that I had, because I saw the results. I saw the growth. I saw how people responded back. So I didn't have any doubt at all. By this time, I was very completely convinced that, yeah, whatever she did is right, whatever she's doing is right, and however she's going to be guiding me is right. So it was that day when the three of us and a few others also had actually gone over to the Manasarovar for filming the video. And at that point in time, so it was around 3 o'clock already. And Luke, you must be aware as to the kind of security that Swamiji always enforced in the Nithyananda Gurukul. Like, even if we would travel within the ashram premises, we would be accompanied by a mentor.
Yes.
Overruling the fact that I am already a major, over 18, but only because I was still in the Nithyananda Gurukul, we were accompanied by a mentor, and he ensured that the utmost protection was given to every one of us. That at no point that any kind of anything can go on, or any kind of wrongness can happen. Understand, this is within the ashram, within the boundary, within the Gurukul. If we want to go out somewhere within the ashram, within the premises, even there we would always be accompanied by a mentor. So that was the amount of, actually, at that point in time, we just could not understand what is this. Like, literally we are like, Swamiji, we are here in your ashram, we are here with you, and why do we need this much of a protection? We are like not able to understand that at all. And it was like too much, like, oh my God, can someone go to this extent of protection? What kind of love a person can have that he will handhold so much? So it was just overwhelming at that point in time. And we never understood the reason or context as to why Swamiji gave. But from an individual perspective, it was just so overwhelming. The amount of care that he had on every single one of us. And maybe at this point in time, Luke, I would like you to share, like, you have also been in the Nithyananda Gurukul. So
Yes.
if you also could share your part of being in Nithyananda Gurukul and how you felt at this point, like what I'm speaking, how you are able to relate with it and your life experience, so that could actually give the people who are listening a much more wider audience to know that how even you experience as a newcomer, how much of that care was given to you. If you can share, that would be great.
Yes. Yes. 100% true. Everywhere we would go, there would always be a Swami with us, protecting us and whatnot. And the amount of security Swamiji gives to Gurukul is very, very high. Very, very cautious that we don't see anything that's not meant, that we don't be around anyone that we're not meant to be around, or that he doesn't want us around. Just exactly what Sundareshwara Maharaj has said. Is 100% correct. The security is very high.
Yes. So yeah, so that was the thing. And yeah, so even at that point in time, able to go over with all of these things. So at that time, like how Luke was also sharing, so this was a time that we had, which was very powerful and very protective environment. So at that point in time, we had gone over, and yeah, so we were filming the video, and all three of us along with her, so we were filming the video, and we had taken 2-3 different tries, because any one of us would laugh out, and again we had to restart the filming. And some of them, suddenly the words would get stuck, the words would not come out, and then again we had to restart. So we had done about 2-3 different times where we had to do it. It was a very fun and a casual setting at that point in time. And we had to redo it 2-3 different times. And finally, when we finished filming the video, so every one of us had to go back to the Gurukul. It was already about 6 p.m. Towards the late evening. And towards that time, I actually had to go over to the Vaidya Sarovar and actually check on some of the arrangements for the Rudrabhishekam that was taking place. In our ashram, we have the 21-foot the Navapashana Lingam that Swamiji has installed, consecrated and breathed life into. So every Monday we'll be having the Rudrabhishekam early morning. So I had actually taken up the responsibility to ensure that the arrangements are right and everything was perfect, set, so that the participants, when we would come over, were actually ready. The place and everything was set for the Rudrabhishekam to happen. So it was that time. And yes, so this was the entire thing that had happened. And now the initial phase of what had happened, the main part of it is this is what happened. And after this is where things got kind of really gory, and where yeah, so
Yes, Maharaj, as I was listening to what you're sharing, there are a few things that are very evident here. One is Sarah Landry had a clear agenda. She was an implant, she's a cult leader, and she had an agenda when she was here. And that is to infiltrate and ensure that the whole organization, the whole space that Swamiji has been building for us, especially the Gurukul, to attack the fundamental, the backbone
Yes, hijack.
of the whole organization, of the whole Sangha. She was trying to attack that. And especially the clear attack on Kavi, the sacred cloth that we hold. How this cloth simply represents the Advaita, the oneness experience, and that somehow is a threat for a cult leader. And she has to abuse it, and she has to go after it, and she has to really tarnish at any point, at any cost. What kind of a sick person looks at the vulnerability of a young adult who you have been entrusted with to train, to take advantage of that situation, to further your own needs? How sick that can be. And it's very clear the parallels here, how it has happened with Luke as well. How Luke was coming up with his vulnerability. For her, it's just another victim, another person, another opportunity for her to further her own advances, to exploit, because she knows that there is a soft target available. How, just as a young adult, people are here, they have this opportunity to experience openness and trusting. That's the fundamental aspect that I see. There is so much trust here. There is no need for anybody to question the advances of anybody, the intentions of anybody, because we're not even trained to think in that fashion. Like Sundareshwara Maharaj just sharing, everything that they have taken in is in a pure form. They've not been exposed to anything. Even a possibility that there will be somebody with evil intentions can infiltrate and do something to us is not even within our thinking. There's nobody who thinks about that. And yet, knowing all this and taking advantage of this, such a pure life offered in front of you, and to be able to take that and tarnish it and destroy it really takes a sick mind. And look, and you've been sharing this for the last couple of days and hearing what Sundareshwar Maharaj went through. that must resonate with you. You must be seeing the parallels here. How,
Yeah.
what happened to you and what happened to him, or along the same lines. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, precisely. The exact same thing. Where she takes the trust, she takes your innocence, and she appears like she's this motherly figure of you, and kind of just intimidates your space. So she's very intimidating. So you kind of just, as default, put her as your mother if you're in Gurukul, kind of thing. She acted very motherly around the Gurukul kids. I mean, except for, of course, this incident with Sundareshwara Maharaj, where I guess her real side had come out. Just like that, she got my trust, and so much trust, actually, to the point where I fully trusted her, and I just surrendered. I just had to surrender to her and whatnot. And I can definitely say it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same start that she did to my Gurukul brother, Sundareshwara Maharaj. One and the same in the start. But for me, sadly, it was out of the protection of Swamiji and Gurukul. So it furthered and eventually got to the point where it destroyed my life.
So many innocent lives. And
Yeah.
when I see, let's say, when anybody sees from the society, somebody who has dedicated their life, who has identified their clear purpose, they have clarity in their life that they want to serve. And at such a young age, they have that clarity and purpose, and they decide, this is the life I want to have. I want to serve all of humanity by taking this lifestyle, by taking sannyashood. I want to maintain a pure lifestyle and help as many people as possible. Somebody with that decision coming up, it's not common. We see what is happening all over the world. It's not a common lifestyle. There are not enough monks, Hindu sannyasis. And we know how Hindu sannyasis have been attacked at multiple fronts. And given all of this, when Swamiji has recreated the whole Gurukul, this Guru-disciple parampara, he has recreated that same ambience. And again Swamiji has repeatedly said, the ambience that created him, the one that he enjoyed in his hometown, Tiruvannamalai, he wants all humans to have that safe, that very beautiful ambience which allowed the spiritual awakening to happen for himself. And simply he wanted to recreate that again and again, so many people can also enjoy that same space. And seeing that space and seeing the vulnerability in it and exploiting that has to be a sick person. It really has to be a pervert who does that.
Yes.
Look, I also wanted to ask you, the last couple of days we've been sharing about this, and you also mentioned that there were previous instances where Sarah has influenced others and they have gone to the point of actually killing themselves. This is very reminiscent of Jim Jones, another cult leader, who led close to 1,000 people to their own suicide death. This is happening one person at a time, but the crime is not any different. It's exactly the same consciously. How a human being, consciousness is being destroyed, annihilated. A human life being destroyed. It's the same. How I was looking at how that whole story has panned out. This cult leader, Jim Jones, had earlier convinced that his following, they should actually all commit suicide at some point. And they all did. At a mass level, they did. Close to 1,000 people died. And here, again, there are so many similarities. This is just happening one person at a time. There have been victims in the past. There have been people who have been pushed to suicide. There have been mysterious death. And now I hear Luke also mentioned yesterday that he actually almost drove himself to that point. Go ahead, Luke. I think you want to say something.
Yes, that is true. As I shared in the first two videos, the first two appearances on Nithyananda TV, this is true. It got to the point where, as I have already told, where everything she made me do, everything, my entire life was built around her. So whenever I would come back to a feeling of myself, and I'm still getting what I feel is me back. What I feel is what people call as Luke back. And so whenever I would come back into myself, Luke, being Luke, out of her mind control and out of her game, I would then just feel so low in my life, and to the point where I said, oh my God, there's nothing left. I'm totally a slave, and let me just pass away. And this is when the first suicide attempt was. Just awful. My whole life was centered around her, and basically I had to bow down to her in every aspect of my life, in every region. This is also the same as I've been reading now, with her old cult that she had created, and claimed that she was an incarnation of the Divine Mother, who is in eternal bliss, and who is so forth, almost comparing herself to the real avatar, our Guru, Bhagwan Paramashivoham Nithyananda Swamiji, who we call. And I was just appalled at reading this, because she said it was actually a young boy who wrote this, and he said, we bow to our mother, and all of this kind of sick stuff. And obviously she's not enlightened at all. She's probably more of a psychopath than anything. It's just incredible how her whole life, this is a very dangerous person to be alive on the planet Earth, in my opinion. And I'm lucky that I can even smile about thinking about her. Just the amount of
absolutely
and time taken are very responsible. And her not truly being those titles is just sick and is beyond lying. It's almost the height of delusion.
Yes, and this is what I wanted to actually share. Swamiji again and again, repeatedly, he gives us the powerful cognitions. All the cognitions are for life. And I cannot even count the number of times Swamiji has said that suicide is never the way to go.
Yes.
And in fact, he has talked at length about the effects of somebody who is going through that decision. No matter what, never go to that route is again and again the advice, the spiritual advice that Swamiji has given all of us. And how powerfully empowering us with powerful cognitions so that we never have to even go that route. And that is how Swamiji has brought up the whole space, where have the openness, create an open environment, and infuse powerful cognitions so we can all really live in a very powerful space. So that doesn't even come into the picture. And here we have another person coming in and infiltrating this space, this beautiful space, and infusing her own ideas and influencing somebody, pushing somebody to that point of suicide. I cannot imagine this. I cannot even think how such a thing can even come through. And I just wanted to understand how that happened, only so that this can actually be stopped from happening for further people, for more people. Exactly what drove you to that decision? Like what? It's not a decision it is not a first go-to decision. What made
No.
you go to that decision?
Well, one night I was reflecting on just what I loved in life. At this point, it's very hard to stay healthy if you're in such a down space and in a negative space. So I said, let me remind myself of someone who I love, in that being my father. So I played some reggae music in my studio room. This was in the same room that I was in for the whole time. And I said, let me just remind myself of my father, something that I love in life. So I played this music, and I then started feeling a sense of like missing my family and waking up to all of this abuse almost, and just realizing, oh my God, my whole life has been destroyed and taken by her, and she's just sitting there doing whatever, filming droha videos and vicious and violent videos against our beloved guru. And so I came out after listening to this song, and I don't know how much detail I should go into, but
Go ahead, Luke. The reason I'm asking you to share is so that others can identify, and they can also ensure that they are protected from these kind of advances, these kind of attacks. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So being so manipulated, I just remembered myself, what I loved and what was special in my life. And I remembered my father, and when I remembered him, I felt, oh my God, my life, everything is taken away and destroyed, and I'm totally under control. I don't think there's any hope. I didn't feel as though there was any sort of way out of this. She had said she would curse me if I left. So if I leave, there's no way. If I go, you can understand, with a mind that was just being constantly drilled with just powerless cognitions, and the opposite of what our guru gives, Swamiji, what he gives. Just remembering and coming back to myself made me feel like, okay, this is just awful, and I just felt horrible, and I felt so sad, and then came the attempt on my life, taking my life because of all that she had done to me, and I just felt totally, I know, and our guru says you can never be violated, but at this point it was almost going beyond myself feeling violated. It was like my own soul was being violated almost, and that was the time where I realized I had nothing left, and I had tried to just call it quits, and luckily I didn't. Luckily, I had just I guess I may have not had the guts or whatnot, but just coming to this point from being totally healthy as a young boy and not even depressed. I never had an ounce of depression. I never had an ounce of any sort of psychological whatnot. I never had to deal with in my life. I was always very, very happy and blissful. So when this came, I was just feeling like everything was taken away, and that's basically all I can say. It just felt like nothing was left.
Yes, look, I can actually very much relate with what you're telling, and especially the feeling that you're telling that you almost pushed yourself to the point where you wanted to commit suicide and literally just leave, not even being interested in like living in this body after being abused so badly.
Yes, I didn't like my body. I looked at my body, and it reminded me of her. It was almost like my whole entire being became her. So I didn't even like my body, because I knew this body was just being violated and owned by her. So
that is very true, Luke. I can very much relate. even to tell in a very small thing, any remembrance, even if you like walk into a place, you have the remembrance of that whole incident that comes up. And especially when you go through a sexual abuse of this kind, forget the place, you're constantly living in that body.
Yes.
Living in hell is nothing but actually living in such a body which has gone through that kind of an exploitation. And I can very much understand. See, I don't know how much people around are able to catch it, but I, as a first-hand experience, after experiencing, surely not to the extent of what you're sharing, but even the initial stages, I feel, oh my God, even now at this point in time, like even if I remember what had happened, words even now choke. I just cannot speak, or it just doesn't come out.
Exactly. That's exactly what is going on here, and it's very hard to. That's why even I have trouble talking about it, and I do stutter, and it's hard for words to come out because of the post-traumatic stress. And I see now that there's abusers now making fun and saying he can barely tell about it, but this, if you search up and really have love in the depth of your heart, you would know that the post-traumatic stress disorder, this is the main symptom of the physical attribute of the post-traumatic stress. So
Yes, absolutely. The aftermath, if we can call it that, is going to be a prolonged journey, and a lot of healing has to happen for not only yourself and a lot of people, your own family and people who are involved with you. And this is going to be a healing experience. And this is exactly the reason why I'm thankful actually that you're sharing, because others, and now we see that Sundareswarananda Maharaj is also coming out and able to share, because now at least the platform is open, and now there is a possibility that we can come and share, and we can actually have the listening of some people worldwide who can actually take cognizance of this and understand the extent of what she has done.
Yes, it's very.
Go ahead.
Yes. I just want everyone to know it's a very serious thing, and no one should ever have to go through this in life, especially me being in a first world country going through this, from this just disgusting pig, I'll say. I just my whole family, even my family, just coming out of all of this, still have issues of seeing me in the way that they used to. So they don't see me in the same way that they did before. It's very hard on me too. Like every night I think about, how can I change the I'm working with them and sharing powerful cognitions, doing the completion and all of that, which is great. All of that is great. Swamiji, there's no doubt that's the best side. That's the highest bliss that's out there. But sadly, I experienced the lowest, and with Sarah Landry. So I definitely reach out to all of her followers and her cult members. Just save yourself now. Otherwise, this may happen to you as well. That's all I can say. I'm just really trying to rebuild and restructure my whole entire life. Here, it's just
actually,
off track.
What you're telling is 100% right, and I can very much go through it. See, even from my perspective, and one thing is that even though, yes, I've been with Swamiji, living with Swamiji, Swamiji's been continuously taking care and ensuring the completion is brought, but once the damage is caused, it is caused. Of course, repair can be done, but repair is never as good as the original, or as good as new, or as good as authentic.
Precisely.
So, even now at this point in time, even if I look back at that incident, it is only a permanent scar in my life, and I can't ever imagine, or I don't ever know if I can even get rid of that kind of a scar. And see, one thing that I wanted to ask you, Luke, is that see, in my case, I was able to see how she slowly advanced into me. And only later did I even realize that this kind of an advancement was done. And this is how she progressed towards me. And I actually wanted to ask you, and the reason why I'm asking is, there are many people who would have gone through it, and many of them would not even know that these are the kind of advancements she has used to even make that relationship with them or build that kind of a relationship with them. A very cunning strategy that she has always picked in. So maybe if you can share a little more in detail as to how she actually lured you, especially knowing that at that point in time you're a Balasant, you are here, you're in the Nithyananda Gurukul, wanting to take up the sannyas lifestyle and all that, knowing that you wanted to get into this life. Why do you think, or like, can you give in the details as to how was the tactic she used, the words or the method that she used to lure you?
Yes. So first, when the initial stages of when she had come over, she had just yes, the first look was in my studio when I was doing all my work, and the first look she gave me, and also telling me that one of the sannyasis, the brahmacharis, had left the Arinam premises and slept with a multiple amount of women, and come back, and Swamiji gave his blessing. Obviously that didn't happen, and it's confirmed that it didn't happen. So right after saying that, with also, as I told before, the hypnotic stare she gave me with huge eyes.
Yes.
And
that is something that I can very much relate to. Oh my God. Yes.
I had to look away, and I researched hypnotism, and I researched how to hypnotize someone, and it says just look at them with huge eyes until they look away. So it's exactly one and the same.
Yes, that's actually true. I don't even want to just name it as hypnotism, but see, hypnotism also is something, maybe from my understanding I can share, is like it does not have any pre-support or after-support. But this thing, I don't even want to claim it as just hypnotism, but a very organized and a very planned, structured understanding of how how the whole thing came about. So she knew what is the first word to use, what is the second word, what is the incident, then how to back it. Yeah, Luke, you wanted to go ahead.
So the first thing, actually, sorry, Sundareshwara, to interrupt you, Mara. The first thing she did was when we had released the song, the Devadi Dev, she had been really praising me for it, and trying to put me almost on a pedestal, and giving me a sense of importance, just like she did to Sundareshwara Maharaj. She then would say, okay, I can help you, and help you advance in this music, and ask me, do you want to go far, and are you sure, and this and that. So I'm saying, okay, who do you think you are, like, you know, the devil, and I'm selling my soul or something. But just the amount of psychological kind of in the working, and hypnotism in the works and whatnot in the works, trying to just pretending she's on my side, getting my trust, getting my just like getting me on her side, basically fully, and acting like she supported me 100%, and as though she's there for me 100%, and really praising me for these songs that I had come out with, the Devadi Dev, that hit at 1 million views. So that was one of the strategies, and then the other strategy was lying down on the floor, and telling me to actually come over and sit with her. And actually, it was actually right here. I'm sitting right here, and this is my TV. Two of the Maharajas, brahmacharis, my good friends, were sitting right beside where I'm sitting right now, on the floor, and watching a movie that we had on. And I was sitting on the couch, And she had then reached over on the couch and tried to touch me. And the two brahmacharis were very keen on the fact that they knew they thought there was something going on here. So one of the brahmacharis, males, my good friends, and my good friend, he went to my mom and he said, I think there's something going on with Sarah and your son, Luke. And I think you need to talk to her, remove her from the area. And he had actually told me that he told her, you know, to not have a boy toy and this and that, and just, yeah. So her main way of trapping me in was just giving me the false sense of confidence and giving me a boost, like almost feeling important. And I didn't really like this that much, because I was like, okay, I'm not, you know, I'm just a human being. Why are you giving me all this importance? And then she took me on a walk and she had said, who are you? Are you divine? And this and that. And I just said, for the sake of not knowing what the hell she was saying, I just said, I am one in me and you, I am one in the same as you and everything else. You know, what song do you teach? And just very weird questions, very, very out there. And I thought, okay, like, why is she trying to make me feel so special and such like seducing me into her given power, that with her that I can be more empowered, and that she can be like a divine mother for me, and like almost like a Shakti to me, and empower me that way. So it was very psychological, and she used, in the name of religion, in the name of spirituality, in the name of Hinduism, she used these psychological tricks to fool me into believing her sick mind game. And that night she had eyed me down. I can just remember it was so I've never felt this way in my whole entire life, I can say. When she had looked at me with the huge eyes, just after she had said, basically, Swamiji blesses brahmacharis to go around and do the opposite of what they take the vows for. And just staring me down with the huge eyes and so still body. And I was just typing. I can remember I was just typing, and I was just like, oh God, what is going on right now? And she would just look at me, and I looked, and until I looked away, I felt like I was totally in a trance. Like I felt like I was in her trance, and she had total control over me. Like I started feeling mixed emotions of happy, sad, like stuff that I'd never felt before. Everything became like trance-like, very trance-like for me. So after that experience stayed with me multiple days after, and I just couldn't get that experience. I couldn't even sleep. I called one of the Maharajas, Srinitya Ashtoshananda, my good friend, and I reached out to him and I said, I don't know what's going on. I feel like I miss you guys. I feel like I missed her or something. I feel odd. I feel very, very, and now I know I felt, if I can think back from now, I know I felt like I was under her spell. And as simply put, just all of these psychological tricks she would use, and she would say, you're beautiful and this and that. And I said, why? And all of this stuff, creating a very sick, taboo kind of, just, you can probably already understand where I'm coming from.
Yes.
And, when you say she's looking at yourself with the big eyes, did she hypnotize you?
Yes.
What was that like? What was
Yes.
going on at the time?
Yes. At the moment, she when she was staring me down, I felt like, if I can really think back, I just felt totally under her control, powerless, and I felt like I didn't have the strength to just walk myself out of the studio. I felt almost like totally sexually violated, like totally. Like I felt like, because I knew where she was coming from with this, of course. she was trying to, say that, hey, it's okay to do these things. And I was just like feeling sick in my stomach because this was like a mother figure to me. And I felt so sick, like I up and down and totally under her control and her spell. And I didn't even have the power to walk out. Luckily after that, nothing had happened. She didn't try anything, but that whole night I was just feeling weird emotions in my gut. I wouldn't talk to my parents. I just called my good friend Maharaj and just told him I feel odd. I feel like powerless and weak, and I miss you guys for some reason. I feel like an attachment to something, and I feel like I'm being pulled, and these weird things.
Yes, so basically, so is it more like she put you in a kind of a trance, and like how you were sharing yesterday, like the various spells or those crystals, because crystals is something I have seen her go crazy about, and I don't know what is the real power of these crystals or any of those things, but did she have any of these crystals along with her at that point in time? And did she do any kind of these spells or rituals as you were sharing anything at that day to actually lure you into the thing? So because even in my incident, I don't know what is the reason, but she actually brought out the incident about the crystals, and she was wearing the crystals at that point in time.
Yes, she was wearing crystals. Actually, I had collected a few crystals in actually a cupboard I have right across from me. I don't have them anymore, but I didn't use them for anything. Like they were just like stones that I found. So I never knew about any sort of powers of crystals and whatnot, but I knew she was wearing a few, and she walked into that room actually, and she had said, "Oh, like I'm very interested in your crystals and this and that and whatnot." And I was like, "Okay, they're stones. I don't know. Very very odd." And she was wearing the crystals at this point, and in time, and always, I think, just the way I felt was very odd, very under control and under a spell. And the day after, she had come down because they had slept over. Luckily, nothing had happened that night. She didn't try anything, except for actually touching me when the two Maharajas were there. Again, like this is something small compared to all of the things that happened in Toronto. So if I don't act like they're big, because they are a big deal, I was living the life still of trying to continue what I lived in Gurukul. So the day after she had come down, my mother had realized, she kept giving me those looks and every second just eyeing me, and with their huge eyes, and until I would look away, and until I would feel a certain feeling in me, like injected into me. I would just feel all sorts of different emotions, which I never felt before, and not in a good way, like in a horrible way. I felt totally violated almost sexually, and yes.
So this actually more feels like, from what I have gone through and for what you have also been able to do, this whole thing looks like there's a larger conspiracy to the whole thing, and it more feels like she came to the Adinam as an implant to literally rape, abuse the minor children, the sannyasis, and commit all crimes and destroy the Nithyananda Gurukul. So because her target itself was the Nithyananda Gurukul, and I know I am one of the victims, you are another one of the victims, and not only that, commit the crimes, put the whole blame on the Gurukul, and try to defame the entire Gurukul, defame Swamiji, and even the entire science of power manifestation by projecting as if some black magic was done and voodoo was done with these crystals and rituals, actually, which is what she was doing. So when she tried to went on going and doing these kind of things with all these crystals and all these black magic rituals and all that, she kind of really tried to, and I can say she has at a certain range has done quite a bit of damage as to understanding what kind of the implant that has done. So do you have any idea as to if she was working with someone else? Because there were a lot of supporters when Sarah actually came out. I won't say a lot, but yeah, quite a number of them supporters were there. as to when she actually came out trying to defame Swamiji and the Gurukul, whereas all the crimes she had committed, but she turned the whole thing against showing it to Swamiji. So do you have any idea if she was working with anyone else at this point in time?
I can definitely say I don't know. I wasn't there to see if she was outside. She's very good at keeping things hidden and kind of manipulating her whole surrounding. So setting everything up for her, whatever her master plan is, and it's just sickening. And just I don't know if anyone was there. It's very hard and emotional for me to just even think back. But I can definitely say I didn't see anyone with her. Only her trying to sweet talk people out of their Guru Bhakti.
And Luke, this is something that I wanted to share. After you came out and gave your side of the story, gave your experience, and after your mother, she came online and she gave live what she exactly saw. All of that, even after all of that, of course, the large number of support that has come, that's probably the most response that we have received. But there are also a few who have actually challenged this, not just for the sake of questioning the authenticity of it, but just because they support Sarah. And I've seen this, and personally I've seen this also. They have actually came out in support of her, knowing you share your experience and you're not alone. Knowing now that Sundareswarananda Maharaj, he's also shared his experience. There's not just one victim. Knowing that there have been previous instances where people have been actually pushed to the point of suicide. People have died. And knowing all of that, still there are people who support her. And I've seen this, I'm actually seeing this also. And this is why it gives us enough thought to say that yes, this is not just one person acting on their own. Definitely not. There is good backing, there is financial backing that is happening, and there is a lot of support that is going on. Otherwise, how can you explain such a huge effort at multiple fronts internationally, a well thought out, a well planned out attack on Gurukul, knowing what will come when something like this is breaking out? And without backing, this simply is not something that we can understand can happen.
Yes. Well, I can definitely say for anyone who doesn't believe or thinks I am just making stuff up, you can definitely hear it in my voice. Every time I think back, I just have even now, even the trouble of feeling the emotions and the pain while just even thinking back. So if you want, you can look at who I was before and to now, and you can definitely, that should be enough. Also, my mother being here should be more than enough, because my mother and father aren't even part of Sangha. They're not part of the Nithyananda Sangha. I am. I was in the Gurukul. I'm part of the Nithyananda Sangha, only in my family. So my sister enjoys, but only I am fully in the Sangha, a member, and from Gurukul. So, I mean, whoever really needs proof, it's there, and I will be willing to share with anybody. Honestly, just if that's what it takes to bring your Guru Bhakti back, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Honestly, even the Catholic board here of the Archdiocese of the Canadian government has this happening in their own files from my parents, and from interviewing me and psychologically evaluating me to make sure everything was 100% legit. So it's filed in their files even too. So there's a lot of backing, and for anybody who that's involved in Sarah's cult and whatever her goal is, which she has no agenda. She's been Catholic, she's been Hindu, she's been here and there, and absolutely no agenda. I don't want to talk bad about anyone, but I'll just give you a sense of the life that she was living, if I can remember, with me.
Yes, actually, Luke, I also wanted you to, I was also thinking, just like how we were sharing, if you can actually get into the details as to the 1 year or the 7 months of life that you had lived along with her in the apartments. What
Yes.
kind of life did she actually practice? Or what
Yes.
kind of life did she actually have? What kind of rituals? What kind of things
Yes.
was she doing? Maybe if you can share that, that will actually bring a lot more insight as to understanding why she's doing what she's doing. Yes,
Yes.
go ahead.
So her life was just day to day living. Basically, it was just waking up, abusing me the whole day, forcing me to the sex, doing the rape, eat, sleep, and talk to her crystals, and just live in a pigsty of a mess. And while doing that, calling people from our Guru, Paramashiva, the avatar himself, trying to get people to leave, and doing the most extreme of Guru Droha, which Hindus should know is one of the greatest karmas and greatest sins in the Hinduism. So her day-to-day life would be talking to these crystals, doing rituals on me and with herself, living in a pigsty, a mess where roaches were crawling everywhere. I even remember in the room, it gets to the point where it's so disgusting, and I even don't even want to tell it on live TV. But to the point where I escaped that room once, and when I was feeling okay again, there were a few times that I felt okay. And most of those times was when she was out, or she had fallen asleep. And I had cleaned up a few times, and after just less than a day, I would peep just to see what's going on, make sure she's not in front of the door or anything, and just see a total pigsty. And it smelled, and there was roaches, flies everywhere. None of the dishes were done. I tried cleaning up multiple times when she was away, and just roaches were even crawling into my mouth on the bed that I was raped in and made drunk in. Roaches were crawling and waking me up from whatever sleep I got, whatever sleep I was allowed to take. So it was just utterly ridiculous. Her lifestyle was literally the life that Swamiji describes as a Rakshasa. And just eat, sleep, destroy, and live in a pigsty, and pull people out of their beautiful their beautiful lifestyle of living with Guru and purity, basically destroying their purity and destroying their feeling of purity, and just coming into this dark black magic crystal, cursing me out kind of horrible life. And this is the person you're dealing with. Please know that this is the person you're dealing with. And I do have proof. I do have proof of the apartment, that where it was under, my parents have, that it was under her name, how much was paid, the status of the apartment. My mom was there. She can definitely back that every time she would come, there were just roaches everywhere, and it was just smelling disgusting. And I don't even know how she was living in such a place. Just awful. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, Luke. This is the deteriorating lifestyle that she has led you into. From, as you said, back to being Luke, from where you were, and we have heard about you being a manager at age 18 at a
at 15 Tejaswami. Yes, I was 15.
Yeah.
I had graduated. I was in high school doing very well. I was always smart, happy, and easy. Very simple life. And I became I was the only actual manager at leading a team at 15, leading an entire squad. So
Wow.
actually training adults like double my age, how to do the things and whatnot. So I was very responsible, and I definitely had, even thinking back brings me some joy. But it's sad that I have to think back to really bring me joy. It's now we're trying to just clean up all these disgusting things that she's done to me, my family, even my sister. I remember my sister was having her birthday. This is when I came over, and my parents, I just hid with them, and I just told them all some of this stuff, and they were just so in depression. They didn't know what to do, and I remember her just doing my sister's makeup, and I was like, oh God, like only if she knew what. I just felt horrible, like she had infiltrated my family and started just destroying people. Like my father, as I said, had to go to the hospital due to his viral meningitis kicking back in. It's a swelling of the meninges in the brain and the spinal cord. So whenever a high amount of stress is there, which there was because they were worried for their sons, and this is on hospital records, even if the abusers need the hospital records, I'm willing to go to that extent. I'm a sadhu and I stand up for Hinduism. That's the only thing I live for. So there's no way that Sarah's cult is going to conquer these truths. There's no possible way. That's one thing I just want to say. And when he was in the hospital, I remember my neighbor he had talked to, and even my neighbor, he was so shocked at the way my dad was, because he was never like this even too. Also now he has a permanent anxiety disorder that he never had before. She had come into our lives and destroyed our lives, and not only destroyed my life the most, but also really affected the lives of my family and my parents. And this is very real, serious. I'm not talking on behalf of Sangha, or even I love my Swamiji, I love my Guru. My Guru is my life. But these are facts, and these are very serious and real. And now he is suffering. He's been suffering and having to take medication, and due to this, and so many more things. My sister also, she suffers from this as well. This anxiety towards what happened and this whole thing. And just if you could imagine my family being such a relaxed, happy, joyful, strong and powerful family, until this person, this disgusting person who has raped children, who has touched children and thrown herself on minors, coming in and injecting herself and destroying me completely, and also partially my family. So this is who you're dealing with.
Yes. And all of this she was doing when she had built up this image as if one, that she is in a position in the Adinam, in the ashram, which was a total lie. How did she convince you of that?
Yes. Sorry, Tejo, what was the question exactly?
How did she convince you that she was actually somebody, or somebody of position at the Adinam, at the ashram?
Yes. Actually, she had said, I don't know if I should go again into detail, but she had said, like, she is this special goddess, and she is an incarnation of the goddess Kali. And I said, okay, great. Like, well, that gives you importance if that's the truth. And
one thing I would just want to add on in here.
Yes.
See, one thing is that even as a person who listens, okay, so when last 2-3 days also, you're like, I don't know how much of detail I need to get into, that kind of idea that you had, right? So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
One thing from my own perspective, what I feel very clearly is that, as Swamiji says, everything is in details. Paramashiva is in details. And even in that case, people, when we actually want to stand up for the truth, we want to share it out with the people, the more number of details that we actually get into, Because anyway we are clear, you are very clear that your life is for this, you're going to stand up. So let us take this opportunity, don't hesitate about anything. This is the opportunity that we have to go all out, because people need to know, as you're saying, that is the only way people can even get to know the atrocious levels of what she has gone into. So don't ever even have an hesitation as to think about the details. The details that you give is the utmost importance, because that is what actually clarifies most of the things. So that's what even I have seen in my own life. So don't hesitate to go into any of the details. In fact, going into the details is the best thing that you can do to actually authenticate everything that we are sharing it here. So go over and go into the details.
Okay. Yes. So she had said that she's our Bhagwan's Kali, and she's the most chaste disciple, and this and that. And now knowing that she never even woke up for puja, yoga, nothing, no integrity. And she did tell me this when I was in the apartment. She had said she would just stay in her room and just do nothing and just I can barely even remember that part. But she said she was of the highest importance, and just the level that the energy that she held, and the ego that she held as well, just she had made me think that she's like just as high as our guru, our Bhagwan, which is obviously not the truth, knowing all of the sick things she's done. She would just, in every time that I was around her and people were around her, she would always put herself in the power position and look down. And obviously this is not a enlightened or godly aspect, which Paramashiva says is here to prove that you're God, is what our Bhagwan says. So it's very egoless, and it's very obvious. It's obvious to tell when someone is usually is enlightened or not. And definitely, it was obvious that she wasn't, that it was just her ego putting her in a power position. For example, she came here and my dad had brought over some colleagues and from his business. And she had then said, she's the most special to Swamiji, which is obviously not the truth. She's not special. If you don't wake up for yoga puja, everyone's just, no one's not as special. Again, these kind of things. And she would convince them that she is the highest power and this and that, and use her kind of psychic background to try and convince them. And actually, two of my dad's friends now say, never again bring that woman around us, or we won't be your friend again. So this is the severity of the person you're dealing with. Just their intuition could tell that this is someone who is potentially dangerous. And I really do think they may have seen the bigger picture. They were also a Hindu family, very nice family, very good friends of ours. Luckily now, they really felt a bad feeling about her. And knowing the Hinduism, of course, they knew that something wasn't right. And she was portraying herself as something very powerful, but dark also. Very, very out there, very mystical, kind of, and very hypnotizing, very, very hypnotizing, in that fashion, and with the slow movement and all of this bullshit. Excuse my language. That she uses. Now, obviously, her videos, you can see her just going and cursing in them, and cursing Sangha, because she's totally lost everything in her life. So, and using much violence actually in her language, in her videos. It's disgusting. Stuff that I wouldn't even see in any sort of public videos. So this just shows you that she knows that she has lost the game. And I can just remember just people who are just actually having like phobia against her. All of the people that she had met, they said, never bring that woman around us again. She's not a real Hindu, and she's not she doesn't come across in an authentic way, more of a intimidating and hypnotic way about her. Yes.
Look, so when you did stay with her, you actually mentioned that she would spend time making videos about Gurukul and making abusive videos rather, and just falsities, just coming out with attacks on the Sangha, all of that. What else did she actually do? Did she have a job, or what was she really doing? I'm asking this because I'm also
Yes.
questioning how come somebody like this, how can they fund themselves? It's like unless there is a certain backing, this
Yeah.
cannot happen. So I'm just wondering, what did she used to do? Did she do any work also? Did she have any work also?
Yes, so that's another thing that I also wanted to ask you. See, when you are telling, right, so at one point her lifestyle is literally a pig lifestyle where literally nothing, no basic sense of cleanliness or nothing, such disgust. Because even the way you're explaining, I can literally feel what you're going through. And having that kind of a disgust, and there's literally no way. See, even to earn a little bit of money, to do it properly, if you are doing it honestly, you need to have a basic sense of integrity. So even if that is not there, from where, like, what is she doing the whole day? Like, as Tejaswami is telling, apart from, like, one thing was filming all these derogatory and abusive videos about Swamiji, about the Gurukul, about the Sangha and all of that. But how was she actually able to manage everything else at that point in time? That doesn't actually it doesn't fit into the whole thing at all. Like, what was she doing? So by doing all of these things, was she being funded? Like, what else was she doing? Maybe you could just throw a little more light into it.
Yes. So again, she had the Etsy shop. So this Etsy shop, she said, was paying for her to have me in her trap and allow me to be constantly manipulated by her. She said that actually I can remember just a flashback came, and I remember even once she had forced me to call her mom. And this is just disgusting. It's just disgusting. She had been funded, she said all of the money for the apartment was from this Etsy shop. And as I said in the previous videos, I had checked this Etsy shop and going, okay, this is a lot of money, because I know she's just paying to have me and have me locked up and do whatever. And on someone coming out of Gurukul. So I said, okay, I then peeped over and saw the amount of sales, and it only equated to about $500, maybe $1,000. And the monthly rent was almost $2,000. It was $1,700, $1,750. And with seeing that only $500 was there, and her saying that there's no money, this and that, to use as to affect me also. I had then seen randomly like $5,000, $10,000, $1,000 just come in from nowhere, and the amount of sales that she had made, they did not equate to this amount of money. Like, I would see final monthly sales would be like $500. So how the hell is she going to pay for us to be there, for her to be there and have me? So this is a question that I was always wondering about. That was always in my head, and I didn't know. So definitely she was being funded, I can say.
Yes, so the reason why, if I'm right, so the reason why you are not able to actually recollect that is because literally she kept you in the drugged state, giving you the substances, alcohols, and
Yes.
black magic, and as you told, the spells. Like literally, from what I remember, you told that she confined you to that one particular room. Even within that
Yes.
apartment, she confined you in that, so that
Yes.
you're constantly in that kind of a thing. And what is the thing like you felt at that point in time? So is it like literally nothing else you were able to listen or be part of anything at all?
All I would hear is just the Guru Droha videos, just constant jabs, and these would obviously. I'm in this live. I'm trying to keep the emotion out of it, but those would be the main thing that would really affect me psychologically and just give me depression and make me very upset, because it's my beloved Guru and everything that was good in my life and that was good in my parents' life. My parents had raises. My parents were enjoying the cognitions I was sharing, and Bhagwan's blessings just showering, and teachings. So those were all being just jabbed, and that was really affecting me. That's the one thing I would hear constantly, her doing those Guru Droha videos. And otherwise, I would just hear her calling her mom, and how she spoke to her mom was, I felt so bad. I don't know, like for her mother. I actually felt I don't know who her mother is. I don't know, again, I don't know. But I just, if that's her mother, I just felt so bad because of the way she faked and spoke to her mom was totally different what she was doing to me, obviously. And her mother had no clue about, and also how she was speaking to people from the Harinam and that were part of Sangha and Sangha members. So all I would hear is her just speaking so disgusting to human beings, even not even considering that they're the divinity in them, but not even considering the humanity in them, and not even talking to them as though they're a human being, but as a dog, and just brainwashing them. And that's all I would hear. And those videos, I also actually, I'll tell you, once I did, and she was out, and I had just looked over at the laptop that was on the table my parents had paid for and bought for that place. And she was always in contact with my parents, totally controlling the whole situation that I couldn't have any control over. And I saw videos of how to do mind control and this and that, and a lot of these videos I had found. And yes, I swear, these videos were on her laptop. And otherwise, I would just there was one other thing. I would hear her call random people, so many people. All day she was on calls. All day she would be on the phone, and I would just be so dead inside and just crushed, honestly. And just I have absolutely no clue what her motive is and what her motive is in life, because she's one day she's talking this and one day she's talking that, and she has no agenda, even just to destroy, manipulate, and kind of conquer. She has this delusion of conquering and pretending that she's the ultimate, and obviously, that's not the case. Otherwise, I would hear her doing sort of spells and stuff. I would hear that in the other room. I do remember. See, I can barely remember, but I do remember there was.
Look, I just wanted to just interject here. Sorry to intervene. See, don't try to suppress any kind of emotion. Don't try to just express yourself as it is, because this is the way. This is the only way. See, one thing that I can share with you personally is that the healing really happens only when you know that you are heard of, and when you actually express yourself as you are, and when you know people are actually listening to you. I tell you honestly, from my own experience, tremendous amount of healing. So don't restrict yourself. Go ahead, even if you're feeling emotional, it's okay. Just share yourself as it is. There's a platform, not only that you're sharing about this, but This is the best way that you can actually bring healing to yourself, because out there are tons of people who are actually listening to you, and that listening is more than enough to bring you that healing. So
Yes.
go over, and even if you're feeling emotional, it's okay. Just let it happen. Don't try to suppress anything. Just go over it.
Yes. So I do remember the one night she was in the room, and I remember I just had woken up. This was at 3 a.m. as I partially covered in this video. And I had said, "What are you doing? Please, I'm just trying to sleep with whatever I have and whatever you haven't taken away. Please, I'm just trying to sleep." And some nights I was not even allowed to sleep. Some nights she would just stay in the room, and I would be like, "Please, it's 4 a.m. Can I just have some sleep? Please." And I remember even that night I went into the fridge for food at 4 a.m. And I tried to get food, and she said, "No, you have to pay for the food if you want." And I said, how can I pay for the food if I'm your slave?" And she had then said, "I'll curse you if you tell anyone this and that." And I just remember even taking a shower, even going in to try and take a shower. I would try and do things that she'd be like, "Get out, get out." So this is partially why my mom was saying I wasn't able to take the showers and do these things, because I would rather avoid the stress and avoid the scar. Just one of her blastings, and it wasn't even blasting, just one of her assaults, verbal assaults, coming from a violent space was enough to just permanently put the damage. And it's so hard to do, even if I even tried to complete with that thing, it was just there forever. So I just avoided it for all, because this is what she doesn't want me to do, and let me just stay in this room and do nothing and be her slave, because this is what she wants. And all I know is God is watching me, and Paramashiva, he knows what's going on. And just every night I just prayed to get out of it. Every night I ended up trying to listen to my dad's music, just remembering him, something I loved in my life. And just, yes, that night, there's so many things. That night, I had walked in and I had seen the crystal grid. I had seen her with these things, the curtains open, and just hell. Like it literally looked like it was a mess, and bunch of disgusting supplies, and feathered this, that, and just going in there.
What are those disgusting supplies that you are saying?
Yes,
and also
hairs and yellow, like looking like urine almost, and string. I would find piece of string, and she did the string making the crystals, but this was like a different string, because the crystal has to be flexible. And this kind of string, it was different. I would just see string, hairs, this and that. And I'm not an idiot. I knew there was definitely something going on there. The feeling that I felt when I went in there was just so horrible and disgusting. And
literally, she would stay awake the whole night, like just doing all this witchcraft and all this kind of black magic stuff right there. Yes. In the room where you were confined to.
Yes, and I said, "Can you please just stop? I need to sleep." And she just said, "Get out." She just said, "Get out of here, I'll curse you again." And she looked at me with those huge eyes, and I was just like, again, my head shook, and immediately back into this trance mode where I just did whatever. And I felt so disgusting. I felt like I had nothing pure anymore in my life. No, my Guru Bhakti was totally destroyed. I always had murtis too, deities, like I would take with me everywhere. I had deities and I had puja kit, and this would be like my life. And purity was like the one thing I loved, and Hinduism was my love of my life. So this was just taken away, and it's so hard to even think back and just think the amount of emotion that I feel when I think back. It's just shivering. I can just
so was
remember.
it the kind of the voodoo that she was doing continuously against you and your family, which you're telling us she would curse? So is it the voodoo that you're mentioning about?
Yes. I think it was. I think it was because I would see the strings everywhere. So this is obviously, I know that this is something to do in that. I don't know anything really about the voodoo because I don't need to practice. But this is what I saw.
Yeah, you don't practice is one, but then yeah, like how you're telling. See, curse is maybe one level, but the amount of control that she had gained over you, and the amount of the impact that she had over you and your life. I don't know if it is just confined to that one word of curse, but I feel rather it is a much more in-depth voodoo kind of a thing that she had done over you. So that is the reason I just wanted to ask you about that. Was it voodoo?
Yes, I definitely. If I'm speaking rawly, I can definitely say I can definitely say there was some sort of black magic performed against me, because I even the day that my parents took me to the hospital, because I wasn't able to speak. I wasn't able to even speak. I was totally trapped, totally seized, and I wasn't able to just thinking back, I can barely even remember. It was awful.
Do you feel like you were possessed by something or some ghost or something like that? Because I have seen some of these things where once people are in this trap of the voodoo, and then literally their body gets paralyzed and their speech does not come.
The paralyzed, yes. I was definitely feeling paralyzed, and just everything. And then after I came back, it would stop. So when I left the apartment, I would feel that happening and pulling me back. And my parents, then I said, okay, please, I need to get out of this. Every time I would come back in the Ubers that I would beg my parents for when she fell asleep, I would come back and I would say, please, I need to come back out, and this and that. And then she would text me come back and whatnot. But text usually wouldn't make me, be the make or break. It was the feeling of some sort of thing pulling me back, and some sort of curse or whatever sort of thing. And I just, every time I left, like I would get into feeling normal, but when I left, that's when I would feel like the what you had said, the paralyzing aspect, where I couldn't tell my parents. It got to the point where I couldn't even speak about her to my parents. Actually, I wasn't even able to speak about her to my parents. So it was very, actually, I was also in the panic mode too when I would come back too, because it was just hell. I can just say it was just hell. This is the depth of what was going on.
Like actually like now when you're able to like express it like with your emotions, and that when you're just letting that just come over you, I can actually see the amount of depth and pain that literally while you're telling it, I myself can experience it even sitting here. I'm pretty sure even the people who are listening are able to go through that incident. And thinking back as to you experienced all of that in first hand is...
Yes. Total abuse and total annihilation of character. Not only myself, my body, my everything I had, my consciousness. I was made to bow to her, and all I could see was just her face in my head, and just horrible. I remember just that one night I just threw myself down and in a football pitch after she had cursed me out after my mom had been in the hospital. And I had tried to tell her, I had said, my mom is suffering and I hope she's okay. It's not life-threatening, because I was thinking it was because my dad was texting me and my sister was texting me and kind of panicking me and saying, your mom is in the hospital, this and that. So I just said, let me pray for her. And I was crying in the train, and this woman and her daughter were just looking, and like, she actually said, poor boy. She actually said, poor boy, and saw me crying in the train, and her just sitting there with no expression, expressionless face. And
look, I just wanted to ask another thing in here. When you're telling that amount of pain that you're going through, right? One thing that you had mentioned earlier is that she did not let you eat, right? She did not let you eat what you wanted, and she confined the food.
Not even what I wanted. Eat for anything. It would have to be her serving me, and I didn't even want.
This is something that I really feel is very, very fishy in here, because one thing is that, as you had mentioned even in the previous time that you spoke, you told that she constantly was giving you the alcohol and continuously drugging you. Did you actually feel at that point in time? See, the reason why I want to actually get into this is that it's actually, I'm telling you from my personal experience.
Yes.
The moment I even want to look back into that kind of incident that happened right in there, what happened with me and her at that time, and the whole thing the mind just literally just shuts down. No words come, and you just don't remember anything. It's like, because that's something you just want to negate it so much. But let me tell you, one thing that I have experienced is, as Sanji says, that the more and more, especially with the completion techniques, literally with which we do, going back and reliving the past and all of that. So one thing is that if you're actually able to get into more details as to when you're telling that she was the only one who she only made herself serve you. She did not let any other food let you consume anything else. What is the kind of foods that you feel that she gave you? Because I'm 100% sure that food is a direct role with whatever she put you under, and whatever the voodoo it's all a part of the whole thing. So if you can remember what are the things that she actually put you in, and what are the, you might not know maybe the exact things, but the experiences as to what it gave you. If you can share a little.
Yes, the food. It was vegetarian food, but it was just total. If we have the categories, in, as many of you guys know, in the Hinduism, the sattva, rajas, and tamas, and tamarajas and whatnot. And even though it was vegetarian, it felt as though it was very, very tamasic food and very rajasic food, and just very sloppy and greasy and oily and smelling old. Some of it was old. Very not clean and healthy food. Very heavy and very heavy. And
did she eat any other food? She also gave you the same food that she was eating. What was she eating? Like, was it the same, or she had something else for you?
She would be eating different food. Most of the time she would be eating different food. If I can remember, some of the time it would be the same thing. But most of the time it would be different food she was eating. I remember one day I tried to just get something, and she said she was going the grocery shopping, and I had just asked for a little knob of what she had bought, and I said, please, I'm starving. And she said, no, or I'll curse you, and no, you can't have it. And anytime, just another thing I've remembered clearly, anytime that I would even try and pray or anything, or meditate or anything, or she would catch me doing, because usually I was in the room by myself, but when she was in there filling me, it would only be, when she was in there, it was only about the Guru Droha. So she would just be staring me down with the big eyes and making me take the things and just implanting all of these guru drohas in me and jabs. And
yes, actually, look, when you're actually sharing this actually, I kind of had that in my mind, because one very important thing, as Swamiji always shares, is about the importance of food. And that is the reason in our ashram, even it is so, Swamiji emphasizes so much that sannyasis have to cook, not just cooking, but even growing and cooking your own food, because the food that you eat kind of really puts you in that state. So as you're telling, like the Rajasic and the Tamasic, maybe the people who are listening as audience would not be able to understand those words as Tamasic or Rajasic. If you can actually maybe put it in words like, for example, I can do this, Rajasic are things that continuously evoke and bring that lot of irritation and violence inside you, whereas the Tamasic, which just dulls you and keeps you dead in that state of deadness all the time. So,
yes,
is it this kind of a food that you're meaning actually?
yes, yes, precisely. It was very, very greasy and very oily, and
Yes.
make me feel very dead. It was most tamas. I was feeling mostly the tamasic effects of the food.
And yes, and also another thing that you were sharing about, that she was eating some other food. So that I think actually is a very big catching point that every one of us have to note in here, because if it was the same kind of food, especially when you're telling that it's a vegetarian food, and the moment it is vegetarian food and you're actually saying it is oily, so you surely would have eaten oily food even back in your house, and you're eating the same kind of food in here as well, because it was the same so-called vegetarian food. But she was very clear and very sure not to eat that kind of a food. She had the separate food for her. And I somehow strongly feel that it is not just oil or greasy food, but it's actually some other kind of substance or some other kind of drug that was actually induced in it, which actually put you into that state. Maybe if you can relate this towards, like, after you eat, apart from just feeling dull and kind of dead, that kind of feeling, apart from that, were you feeling that as soon as you eat the food, you kind of got into the clutches of her and her voodoo completely?
Yes. Actually, one of the things I would actually ask, as in the slave position, I would just say, "Are you putting anything in my food?" Because I feel like I get very stimulated, like I had lots of coffee after you would give me the food. So what are you putting anything in this food? Because I don't feel nice after I eat it. It's beyond like the regular feelings of the three categories of food. I feel like I'm almost like very stimulated and very focused and very not feeling good, feeling very nervous almost. So this is what I asked. I said, "Are you putting anything in this food? Because I don't feel good after I eat it."
Yes, I understand that very much. And another thing that I wanted to ask, like when she like takes you out, or whenever, even the train incident that you told, right? And what was the kind of reaction that people would have, or how would she also react back to those reactions from people?
Yes, when we were outside.
Yes.
Yes, people would I think react a lot of the age difference. Seeing me being like looking much younger than her. Yes, that was definitely one, and looking actually down on her, because looking like something's wrong almost with the age difference. Yes, that was a big thing I can remember. Yes. Like almost feeling like sorry for me or something, or seeing that something's wrong, like, because she looks like someone that could be my mom, and literally is the age where that could be. And And I just remember people, I do remember in the street, one guy, he asked, I was able to escape one day. And one guy asked, he was an old friend of mine. And he asked, he said, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Like, what's going on? You're not the same person as I knew. And is everything okay? And I looked at him and I said, I think so, because I couldn't tell him anything. I wasn't allowed. If I told them, I would, she would have probably ran into the room and just, I was just so afraid, honestly, at this point, and so feeling so abused. And I didn't even know what to tell them, my good friends, and they really looked at me and they almost actually fell into tears just looking at me. And these are like, kind of like, more like tough, powerful guys, and they just looked and they almost fell into tears just looking at me, and I couldn't tell them anything because she was right there but in the room, on the bed, the mattress my parents had purchased. So I just didn't tell them anything. So I did have a way out, but I didn't tell them because I felt like I couldn't. And my parents were totally blocked off, so I felt like I couldn't talk to them. I remember one time, Nithya Nithyananda, my good friend, he called me, and she was right there. And I was so close to picking up. I wanted to so bad, because I remember the joy that I had even just with him. And I just, she had seen the call, and she said, don't you dare ever talk to any of them again. And don't you dare do this. And even if I would say, like, I had like not a habit, but I would greet people with saying Nithyanandam. And I had said that once, I remember, and it wasn't in a way to try and be arrogant to her evils, but in a way that I was just trying to see, like trying to create some sort of lighter, kind of nicer vibe. And the moment I said that, she had just looked at me and did the same thing. And I literally felt like I was just being thrown to the ground. I just felt like I was just being just demolished as an individual. And I can definitely say that this is someone who's very dangerous in the world, and just very dangerous individual. She was calling people, and just she manipulates every situation that's around her. And even Pastor Ralph, or Bishop Ralph, or whatever his name is, came out with his video saying the exact same thing, with her making this whole one in God cult that was never alive until she created it. Also with children, and making them call her mother, and reporting to her and worshiping her, and making this bishop touch her feet even. It's the same thing, it's just less severe. So all I'm saying is, please, just, this is who you're dealing with. This is the person dealing with all of the hate, all of the people in her cult. You're in a cult.
And that's exactly right. And that's exactly right. And you nailed it, because this is how we've seen cult operates. Cult operates in this fashion. They isolate people. They ensure that they are the only source for the person. And it is never an empowering experience for the person. It is always ensuring that the person feels so powerless, putting the person in powerlessness, and ensuring that there is no other way out other than this only one source, cutting off all the other sources. This is exactly how a cult works. Only source. And then basically whatever they say has to happen, or else. And this is a typical behavior of a cult. And the whole turnaround is the audacity of Sarah to turn around and say that we are a cult. The culture
Exactly.
is a cult. And all
Remember,
the atrocities that she has laid out on you, she has levied on you. She is basically turning it around and saying that the kids in the Gurukul are subject to that. That's preposterous, because whatever she did in terms of mind control or substance, all the things that you just shared, all the abuse that she did, she just very conveniently turned it around and tried to impose all of that on us, to say that this is what is happening in the Gurukul. And
yes.
and that's the saddest part. There's a low part from her end that she tried to do that.
Mhm. Yes. Yes, exactly. It's she's the cult leader. She's the one that's, if there's any sort of cults out there, she's probably the one in charge. um, I even know that everything that was introduced, that since the time she arrived in Bidadi, just watching, going through the videos, everything that gets that the abusers abuse, she herself introduced, like the jewelry and etc. And all of these things that the abusers are abusing, she herself introduced. And I even remember that her trying to turn things into a cult when they're not. Like, for example, asking people if they want to start a cult and this and that. So just insane. And I really think she injected herself into the organization to try to take away the one hope of humanity early. And this is her goal with everything that she does. Like everything that's flourishing, she'll go and just destroy it. I can definitely.
You mentioned actually that she claimed to be goddess Kali.
Yes, I can definitely say if her claim is to be goddess Kali, it's not the goddess, it's the Kali, the demon Kali, the Kali Yuga. Because not to be arrogant or anything, but this is the case, because our Guru, His Divine Holiness, is the one who's trying to bring back the Satya Yuga. And if you don't know what the Satya Yuga means, it's the truth, the time of truth, and the time where the enlightened civilization flourishes. And her herself all her goal is to just destroy. So if you want to be a part of the destruction, stay on her side, but eventually you yourself will also maybe be manipulated by her, because she has no friends. She has no friends, I can definitely say. She would be speaking bad about everyone. Even after calling them and getting them out, she would talk about how stupid they are, how much she hated them, and this and that. So just please know who you're dealing with here. You're dealing with someone who has absolutely no emotion. No emotion for my life, no emotion for life itself. If she can do what she did to me and my family, just think. Like, this is I'm reaching out to all of you who are watching this, sincerely, from someone who's just totally different than I was before. Even just thinking back to who I was, I wish I could go back, but I shouldn't. Luckily, I'm moving forward only due to the fact that I have our Guru, the Avatar himself, Paramashiva, helping me and healing me. And I'm not talking from a sense where I was told to say this. I don't have any sort of agenda. I don't have anything. I'm just saying, in life itself, I feel I've only been healed by my Guru, and my life has been destroyed by her. So obviously that's telling you something. Obviously that's telling the power of destruction that she has and the power to heal that. Well, I won't even compare the two, because that would be disgusting.
Yes, and that's where it all boils down to, that
Very.
the cult that she has been a part of and she has herself started has had its effect, and we continue to see its effects, and exactly how you mentioned that how it was earlier and how you are now back to being Luke is what what everybody wants, and
Yes,
definitely
yes. I'm
that
trying.
moves
So
forward
I
by healing. Yes.
yes, and I know a lot of you may have seen my videos before. I had moved out to this date, and you would have seen a total difference. My parents, they're witnesses. I've always been living here. After Gurukul, I came back, and I've always been super clean. I've never touched any sort of substance, any sort of anything. I actually like anybody who, like, for example, if I had someone coming from outside that wasn't a Sangha member, I would always ask them, like, you don't do the alcohol, this and that. Like, I would be so so keen on having clean people around me and whatnot. So I was very healthy in that way. I never used any sort of substance in my life. So just with her making me use these substances like alcohol and whatever she put in the food is just atrocious. And I can just remember myself was totally different, and all of that was destroyed by her. And I just know that this is someone who I've seen the real side of, and you don't know who you're dealing with. I'm not saying that this individual has power or anything. They're very weak, actually. If you look at it from a point of if they're not your victim, if you're not their victim, sorry. But just it's just horrible, and I'm trying to get my life back. My parents, I'm trying to have healing. I'm doing healing sessions with them every night. I'm trying to complete. There's still arguments that happen with my parents, just even the two of them, about what happened to me, and just it's she just what hell she has caused, and what hell she has caused in others' lives too. Because I know, as I said in the previous Nithyananda TV live streams.
How many times did you actually get to meet your parents during that 1 year? Because so much has happened, and so much they were out of the loop of what is happening.
Yes, I want to be precise, just in case there's anyone who has doubts that I'm not telling the truth. To be clear, it's the 7 months.
Yes.
So it's 7 months. To be clear, as my mom had recorded. Again, I wasn't even aware of how long it was because I barely saw the sunshine. Basically, and undeserving of all of this too. All I can say is just let's work together on stopping these kind of people from doing their damage to the world, and stand up for what's right. Stand up for Hinduism. Hinduism, I believe in my heart, the only thing that can change the world, and only due to the grace of our Guru, the Avatar, Mahamandaleshwara, Supreme Pontiff of the Hinduism itself.
Yes,
he can only
look, sorry to interrupt in here. So when you were actually sharing about your parents, right? So like you still are going through the fights, and they're still not okay with your kind of behavior still, and it's still a problem that you're still going through. I just wanted to know, like, at that point in time, within those 7 months, did they ever how many times were they able to meet you, or did you get a chance to meet to them? And were there any instances where you and Sarah, you guys went over to your family party or events? How was she behaving in that? And did she tell anything about you, about your relationship, and to them? How was she portraying herself?
Good question. First, I just want to beg you all and reach out to you that please know who you're dealing with here, and know that they're really crushing. They're trying to crush everything that's good in this world and godly. So every time she would come over, I remember she would basically control the whole conversation. I was just paralyzed again. Like, my dad was looking at me like, what's going on? She would have conversations with them. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't have anything to say. If I said something, it would be totally exposing her, and that would have caused hell. So obviously, she planted a way for that not to happen. And I just really want all of you to stand up to these kind of people and know the lies and the defamation that they're doing is false, and that we need
So,
to.
like, was she like speaking like good about you, or was she speaking bad about you? Was she speaking about Swamiji? If you can get a little more into, like, I just want to understand at this point in time, what was the one thing that we understood is how she lured you into the thing. I want to know how she kept your parents also under control, your relatives. How many times did your parents actually get an opportunity to meet you in those 7 months?
Yes, it was only about 2 or 3 times. My sister's birthday, I came back and I just slept. I just slept the whole time because the first time, I'd come back was the time that I came back in like a panic. She had been down here, and I had made sure she was down here, and I had ran upstairs. I ran upstairs to my parents, and I just said, she's forcing me to have sex 8 times a day, and please, I just need help. If you guys could help me get out of this, and they never knew how to get me out of it. The other time was when it's just horrible. I can barely even think and remember, but the other time was when they invited us over for dinner. She had then forced me to wear a certain thing and not say things, and also how she would control them was she would on call, she would call them, and I would find out secretly, and this also led me to just extreme depression. I was just like, oh God, she's controlling my parents and telling them stuff, and she just told everything is okay and he's doing very well and all of this stuff, and convincing my parents, and that's how she would control the whole thing, by secretly emailing my parents through email. And also during my sister's birthday party, I couldn't even celebrate with my sister, obviously being just totally destroyed. And I just remember she would do my sister's makeup, and this was just making my stomach sick, knowing who this person was. And my parents now, they even like have shivers of knowing this now, and they knew something was up, because my mom came over a few times and saw the mess, and saw me and whatnot, and her like totally fine on her laptop and getting money and buying all this stuff for herself and products just to destroy me and whatnot. So there weren't many times that we were together with my parents. It was just mostly
Look, sorry to interrupt, but you had mentioned that she used to buy those products to destroy you. So what are those kind of products that
yes, the products were whatever she had bought, the crystals and whatnot, and just so much, mass amounts, just everywhere, placed perfectly in the directions of the place. And also she would buy certain like products like to do the rape. So very sickening. Again, if you could just imagine, just very sickening. Just certain products to use on me, and just herself even alone. So it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. This kind of person is sick, and honestly, I just don't know what to say. I'm feeling quite emotional actually right now, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're completely with you. I can very much relate with what you're saying, and
Yes.
how it feels to even go through something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was just horrible. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. Like the amount of pain that comes back, even just thinking. It's just enough to just say she just took over my whole entire life and destroyed it. But Yes, she was just so addicted to sexual conduct and just so addicted, a sex addict, and to me, and just disgusting. And I just wanted out. I begged my parents. I even begged them to just please come down and just talk to her, and they were even afraid sometimes to talk to her. And I can just remember the amount of bad feelings she would inject in me and hatred she would show towards me, and then say she loves me and this and that. And I didn't even know anymore, because I had first looked at this person as my mother, being 34, 35, and me being just turning 19. And from the first time it started, even then I wish I could be back too, because I don't know, I wish even maybe one of those Maharajas had intervened if something, but they had no clue. They had no clue and were totally innocent. Just the utter demolition she's done to, and just destruction she's done to our family and my family, is just enough to say that this person is just an utter psychopath.
Luke, definitely all of us will empathize with you, and definitely the healing has to happen, not only for you and for all those who are involved, especially with
Yes.
your family. And
Yes.
the healing process definitely has to happen. And
Yes.
I can already see that the healing has started, and
Yes.
that is only on the one side. And I'm sure, as you've seen already, the support that you and your family have received from
Yes.
from everybody worldwide, that definitely adds to the healing process, and more and more that will continue to happen. And as you go through the completion, as you go through the healing for this, and the most important thing that I feel is the way the cult works, and the way that in all the vicious ways that she has put you and even others in her web, and
Yes.
ensure that she can use all of her victims for her advances. And this is not only a healing experience, but a very learning experience for people, so that
Yes.
as we construct a very open environment, as we create this space of openness, oneness, and ensure that the same blissful ambience, the same safe and transparent ambience is created for everybody. We should know what we are facing, what we are up against. We cannot be ignorant to this. We cannot ignore this. This is a real threat, and this continues to exist. And this is the reason that we have had you engage and have asked you questions, so that we can understand, and not only for ourselves, so that others who are watching, they can also identify how a cult can actually engage and just simply destroy lives. And just a fanatic like this can simply intrude and just destroy the whole ambience and the atmosphere.
Yes, and just like how Tejaswami was telling, thing that I wanted to share in here is that on a general basis, we always feel that it's the other way, like any kind of rape or anything that only comes with subject to men, and where the women are the accused, but are the victims. But it's not just that, but especially when these kind of strong forces that come in, like the cult leader Sarah, like how you can see like a systematic and a complete flow in every single level, right from the time she started towards the time she put him under the voodoo, and after which the food that continued to hold him back in that space, and even when he tried to go out, even at that time getting pulled back to the whole thing, keeping the parents under the same mindset and mind control, controlling all of them, and literally just completely destroying a person's life. So I think that is something that many times as outsiders, as normal people, we look forward with just all spicy things. We want to look and listen to all of these things. So we just go by whatever those abusers are claiming, and just because for the fact it is violence, and but we actually miss out on the truth where there is so much that is going on behind this kind of abusing that's actually there. And that is one thing that I wanted to request every single person who's actually watching this, that do not jump to conclusions right from there, from anything that you see. Go to the depths of it, find out what it is. And because at the end of the day, as Swamiji says, that the person who's destroyed, one thing is that the person who's destroying is already destroyed anyway, but the person who is listening is the one who is affected and has lost the Guru Bhakti. And as Luke has always been sharing, that is the worst thing that can ever happen to someone. And
Yes.
And I actually am happy for Luke in one way, that he's reclaiming himself, the Guru Bhakti back. And yes, Luke, we are all with you, completely supporting you, and to
Yes.
help you recover and build that strong strength in you for standing up for the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, for Swamiji, for your Guru
Yes.
Bhakti that you have always been holding.
Yes, thank you so much, Sundareshwar Maharaj.
Once again, Luke, really want to thank you. Take this opportunity to thank you and your family also. This
Thank
is not
you.
easy to share at all. And you've come out and very bravely shared this along with us, and very patiently also shared this, and come out and in fact, even first making that first step and posting this on Facebook. And I think that started the whole thing. So thank you for that. And thank you for joining us. And
Yes.
thank you, Sundareshwar Maharaj, also
Yes,
for
thank you, Maharaj.
joining us. Now is a moment that we can take to remind everyone that let's share this telecast, this message to as many people as possible, and ensure that this reaches, the truth reaches people. And whatever platform you're watching us on, please let's share this video and ensure that the message is not lost. There is so much that is going on, and this has to be heard, not only for the healing but also for our own understanding of what is most precious to us, and how to conserve it, how to protect it, and how to take it forward to the next generations in the same way, the same pristine quality that we received it from the previous generations. And this is very important, because the Gurukul system that Swamiji has revived, the Guru-disciple relationship, the parampara, the whole thing that Swamiji has revived with Kailasa. This is our lifeline, and we need this for the future. And the times that we are facing right now, the pandemic, the global crisis that's going on, how only such a lifestyle, such the structure can only save us and take us into the next stage, because so much of destruction is staring at us, and we don't have much choice but to fall back on the ancient wisdom, the Gurukul system, and the whole parampara that Swamiji has revived, the authentic Hinduism that Swamiji has revived and supporting us and taking us through in this lifetime. This has been a learning experience for a lot of us, a healing experience for a lot of us. But let's also ensure that this is heard worldwide, and let's ensure that this reaches enough people. As Bhagavan mentioned in the last Guru Purnima message, enrich yourself with enlightenment and enrich the world with enlightenment. It is now time to prepare ourselves to be in Upanishad with His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us now enter into a conscious decision to be in the space of deep listening with simple integrity with Swamiji, that we are here, open, and we are available to receive the revelations of Paramashiva for Shakti Pada to happen. Let us sit straight, sitting comfortably and closing our eyes. Let us chant the Mahavakya initiated by Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanyapita Kartas, manifestors, Sarvavarityagis, Shri Mahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasas E-Gurukul students, Kailasas NHU students, Paramashiva Ganas, and Paramashivoham Season 8 participants, everyone having Nayanadiksha, and all those watching us live on Kailasa TV, Kailasas NTV, Kailasas HNTV, Kailasas Enlighten app, and other social media platforms. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa. Understand this pralaya which is happening now. As some good news some great news. There's no bad news. Listen. Good news is your mental setup, the mind you built, is with the mixture of some delusional beliefs, false hopes, false security, blind spots, and some true, powerful, real cognitions. Understand? Your mind is mixture of both. I should say, for a common man, the powerful cognitions is very less percentage. Delusions, hopes, blind spots are all large number of percentage. I'll give you some example for blind spots. People in anger, in rage, sometimes think, come on, let's do it, and face what comes after that. But when after effects, the side effect, the result of what they have done, when it comes, they can't face. That is what I call blind spot based mental setup. Sometimes people make decisions arrogantly. You can see even in Indian movies. Constantly this Indian cinema is teaching violence as heroism. Oh God. So much violence is not required to run your life. But it is so unfortunate, Indian cinema makes you believe only if you are violent, you can survive, which is not true. Raising the negativity, friction among the human beings and encashing the cheap emotions, triggering the cheap emotions and making money. Most cheapest business. I've always seen in this Indian cinemas, the hero will tell, come on, kill that fellow, come what may, we will face it later. Actually, after that, when he is arrested and put in jail, he will not be able to face it. This is exactly they are teaching the Indian youth. Indian youth also behaves the same way. Come on, let's do it and face what comes after that. But after that, when it comes, they will not be able to face. The blind spot based thinking. Listen. All this blind spot based thinking, blind spot based mental system will collapse now in this pralaya. Actually, non-violence is the real heroism. We should teach our next generation how to take the non-violence and blissful coexistence to your core level. All this violence-centric heroism and violence-centric hero worship stories, everything should be moved away from the next generation. Violence should not be taught as heroism. Making yourself rich, happy, blissful through happy coexistence. That should be the lifestyle, and that is only going to be the future. Youth is not going to believe anymore this violence instigating ideologies. It is time human beings become matured. I am telling you, this pralaya is going to teach lesson to all the human beings. Please understand. Really, the meat industry should disappear from planet Earth. Understand? This pralaya is going to remove meat industry, make vegetarianism as a mainstream lifestyle. All the blind spot based thinking, delusion based thinking, false idea of security, all this will melt down. All this will melt down. The earlier you remove all this from your life, great for you. Some of the things I am repeating continuously, and I am going to repeat continuously for next few more days, till it reaches everyone. Because these are first principles to survive this pralaya. First principles to survive this pralaya. Understand? All of you have a great possibility now using this situation, what is happening externally and its impact inside you can be beautifully used, and you can become enlightened. You can have superconscious breakthrough. Because all the peer pressure is taken away. Now there is no pressure, no jealousy, no comparison, no peer pressure. Everything is taken away. Lots of false things are melting down. Lots of life negative ideas are collapsing. The real understanding about the wealth is emerging. Real clarity about strength is emerging, I tell you. Human beings will understand the need for consciousness-based lifestyle through this pralaya, and earlier the human beings understand, quicker they will sail through this pralaya, which is happening now. The great deluge. I tell you, extreme chronic greed-based economy, chronic pleasure-based lifestyle, chronic fear-based ruling structure, everything has become overdose. Whether the depth of the pleasure, the fear needed to rule, to keep the law and order in the society, or the greed which needs to be instigated for human beings to be productive, everything has become excessive. It has reached to the blind spot level, means the greed, instead of inspiring you, has started putting fear. Fear, instead of frightening you, started addicting you for the fear. When it crosses certain limit, it enters into your system and in a way emboldens you. What can be done? Okay, let it be. It becomes delusional arrogance. Everything due to its excess is fully messed up. Greed, instead of performing its expected role, started awakening fear. Fear, instead of performing its expected role, started kindling the delusional arrogance in you. The extreme idea of pleasure, instead of exciting, inspiring you, started draining and addicting. All the ideas of modern day pleasure is like getting drained and collapsing. Till collapsing, you consider that as a pleasure. Whether it's a drug or a sex, pornography or ornography. Ornography means, when I use the word VORNO, ornography, violence pornography. Just like how people are addicted to pornography, there are people addicted to violent scenes, the violence worship. That's what I call ornography. And people who are addicted to this terror, ghost, horror movie, maybe we can call gornography. Pornography, ornography, gornography. All this is falsely identified as pleasure all the three, pornography, extreme violence worship, ornography, ghost, horror, terrorizing, illogically terrorizing you, that horror movies, I call it gornography. All the three permanently damages your ability to experience higher states of consciousness or deeper states of consciousness peacefully. Your inner peace, your ability to experience inner peace is permanently damaged by all these three: pornography, ornography, gornography. Avoid all these three as much as you can. Pornography, horror, ghost movies, sceneries, and violence worship. Worshipping violence, gory scenes, like cutting the head. Avoid all the three. All the three permanently damages your ability to have peaceful experience of higher states of consciousness. Listen. Now, the mental setup worshipping all these three will melt down. This pralaya will take away all kinds of illusions and delusions. This pralaya all kinds of illusions and delusions will be taken away. People who are able to be energetic, alive, active, sharply thinking, strategizing, without the peer pressure of jealousy, comparison, they are going to accumulate exorbitant amount of wealth. Understand? All the people who can function, think, work, get excited only by peer pressure, jealousy, comparison are just going to dry and wither out, because all the peer pressure, jealousy, comparison, everything is going to be taken away from life. If your mental setup is such, you can think only with peer pressure, jealousy, comparison, you don't have future. Your active, excited hours will drastically drop down to 5%. You will be almost in depression, low mood, non-thinking, non-excited, inactive. Whoever is able to excite themselves with powerful cognitions, in tune with the cosmos, you are active just because you feel like enriching the world, supporting the world, contributing to the world. If your mental setup is based on contribution, enriching, spiritual strength and excitement, you are going to be active continuously and you are going to accumulate exorbitant wealth. Because all the wealth of the peer pressure based gang is going to be left. It's going to melt down. The peer pressure based industries will melt down. Contribution based industries will shoot up. I tell you. That is why I am telling, billionaires are going to become bankrupt and startup companies are going to become billion-dollar companies. Because it is all going to be now all about your foundation. Who is going to be energetic, excited, exalted, inspired post-pralaya is all going to matter. Is your mental setup, is your consciousness, is your lifestyle going to keep you up going post-pralaya, post-corona world? Or are you going to melt down, collapse in this pralaya? That is all is going to be the deciding. Understand? That is going to be really deciding. Infuse more and more sattvic energy. Infuse more and more powerful cognitions. Infuse more and more unclutching. Like a parrot, I wanted to repeat this 24 hours. Please learn unclutching. Please practice unclutching. Please learn unclutching. Please practice unclutching. Unclutching will help you to keep yourself mentally healthy. Through unclutching, you can avoid mental breakdown during this pandemic fatigue. Learning unclutching, practicing unclutching, you will have superconscious breakthrough. You can sail through this whole pralaya. I want to repeat all these like 1008 times. If you can, please make this as your ringtone. Unclutching will help you to keep yourself physically, mentally fit, active during this pralaya. Unclutching will give you super conscious breakthrough to survive this pralaya. I have so many wonderful things to teach to the world, but now immediately world needs unclutching as the survival need. How many people I'll be able to teach unclutching? Till December 14th, that many people I'll be able to save from this pralaya. It's not too late. Even now, every individual, we all reach out and teach them how to sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi unclutched. We can save them. Understand? The most successful people from the delusional fields and industries are going to commit suicide. Because these delusions are melting down, their very identity is melting down. They don't want to live. When their identity is melting down, they feel death is much better than living without their identity. That is why you see so many suicides in entertainment industry. In every field, melting down of human beings is inevitable during this pralaya. By teaching, unclutching and making them practice Nirvikalpa Samadhi, we can save individuals without melting down, without collapsing. If you are new to the Satsang, please learn unclutching. The link is projected in the screen. Satsang's videos are available. You can learn unclutching. Please start learning and practicing. If you are already initiated disciple, please reach out to your family, friends, as many people as possible. Whole world, teach unclutching. Take this unclutching to the world. Take my words seriously. We can save human beings only by teaching them unclutching, helping them to sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Nothing else can save human beings now from this pralaya, from this pandemic fatigue. And the way the world is collapsing in this pandemic fatigue, in this pralaya, last few days I am intensely working on reaching out to as many individuals as possible. Teach unclutching to save them from this pandemic fatigue and pralaya. Paramashiva is continuously insisting on reaching out to as many people as possible. Teach them unclutching, help them to unclutch, inspire them to unclutch, to keep themselves physically, mentally healthy, stable together. See, this pralaya which is happening is something unique, unheard of. Physically you are not going to die, but socially, economically, morally, mentally, emotionally, whatever you know as you and whatever you know as the world, both are not going to be there. Whatever you know as world is not going to be the same. Because of that, whatever you built as you based on the world you know as the world, because the world you know as the world has melted down, the you know as you will also melt down. Because much of the you know as you is built on the world you know as the world. Because the world you know as the world is melting down, the you know as you will also melt down. I sincerely request all the human beings to learn unclutching and practice it. I sincerely request all my disciples, not only you practice, start reaching out, teach people, understand? Paramashiva has given me this responsibility and he has ordained me to serve, help, assist the whole humanity to sail through this pralaya, this pandemic. I am doing this work as much as I can as humble service to my gurus, Paramashiva, Guru Parampara. Nothing more is a great service to human beings now than teaching them unclutching. Helping them to face this whole pandemic, pralaya happening in front of them. Socially, economically, morally, physically, mentally, what they know as the world is no more the same. Emotionally, human beings are horrified, terrorized. Seeing what is going on around them, they need immediate, powerful spiritual solution, conscious solution, that is unclutching. That will absolutely heal everyone inside and outside and help you to settle down with the new evolving reality will help you to sail through this pandemic, this whole pralaya. Pralaya has not reached its peak. It will reach its peak by December 14th. Let's help. I sincerely request all the Kailasavasis, let's help as many people as we can by reaching out and teaching them unclutching, completion, oneness, ajapa ajapa of Mahavagya, deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, nirahara samyama. Let's save humanity by serving the humanity, by teaching unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi. I wanted to repeat this like parrot for next few more days. Now itself I am telling you, for next few more days, I am going to repeatedly, see I have so many new things to share with you all, but the survival need of the humanity is unclutching and nirvikalpa samadhi. This is not the time to sit and tell you stories and jokes and to show you what all I know and how much I know. No. It's time to attend to the survival needs of the humanity. Humanity really, really, really needs unclutching and nirvikalpa samadhi as survival need. All of you, sit in your home, but whole day reach out to people digitally. Help them to learn unclutching. Ask them to watch this link which is projected in the screen and make them attend the examination, filling the questionnaire. Educate them, make them practice. Let's reach out to as many people as possible and save them by giving them unclutching and the signs of nirvikalpa samadhi. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottara. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya, Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I'll make you all Subramanya.
Nithyanandam Swamiji, the Paramashiva is the sound in us. When there is
Let's start the power manifestation session. Let's sit straight. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. And let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadashim Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, such a beautiful darshan and initiation from Bhagavan every day, and so beautifully he is protecting all of us against the pralaya which is happening. We hardly even understand what's happening, but Bhagavan's protection is so beautiful that we are in only continuous bliss of Bhagavan, that nothing else even touches us. And sharing this with the world and making more and more people experience this as the ultimate space and manifest powers is the greatest gift Bhagavan is asking us to do. That beautiful space that we are sharing with the others, contributing to others' life, is nothing but expanding our own life in the way expanding as Paramashiva. So let's start the power manifestation session now. We'll start with the security measures. Please go through the disclaimers. What is power manifestation? Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift that infuses powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita. Bhagavan again and again says how when you understand the shift happens inside us, inside the space, not verbalization, not visualization, not even declaration, but the space shift that happens, who we are, the space that I am Paramashiva, I am divine, recognizing the original who we are, like how the lion was thinking it is cub, and suddenly it remembers when it started eating the meat, it started remembering that it is a lion, and the roar and everything changed, the body language changed. Same way, when we understand that we are Paramashiva, the beautiful space start manifesting as the ultimate reality. That shift in our thinking, in every action, every thought current is power manifestation. The heightened intelligence that we are ready to shift into, which will take us further into the Turyatita, which is consciousness state itself. Who is Paramashiva? Paramashiva is Jomuha, beyond the form and formless. He is a living being. Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest. He performs the Panchakritya, Shrishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trubhava, and Anugraha. Satyojata phase. Manifestation is manifested, manifestation is sustained, manifestation is regenerated, manifestation is pulled out of delusion, and manifestation is liberated. Vamadeva phase. Sustenance is manifested, sustenance is sustained, sustenance is regenerated, sustenance is pulled out of delusion, and sustenance is liberated. Aghora phase. Samhara is happening, which is regeneration. Regeneration is manifested, regeneration is sustained, regeneration is regenerated, regeneration is pulled out of delusion, and regeneration is liberated. The Trubhava phase. Delusion is manifested, delusion is sustained, delusion is regenerated, delusion is pulled out of delusion, delusion is liberated. Ishana phase. Anugraha is manifested, Anugraha is sustained, Anugraha is regenerated, Anugraha is pulled out delusion, and Anugraha is liberated. Who is His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva? Paramashiva, who has come down as our Guru, as Swamiji. He is Paramashiva, who has come down, who is come as our Guru. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is a reviver of Kailasha, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless nation. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is an avatar from and is a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has made Science of Power Manifestation Yoga temple-based university for humanity. So Vision Order of Kailasha, led by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, Hindu diasporas are working for the global peace to give super-conscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest and extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source book of Hinduism. 64 arts like science of Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism and present emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has survived the worst prosecution of multiple assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu element. Bhagavan has gifted to the humanity the science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramanas are the Veda Agamas, which are eternal truths, unchangeable truth, revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nanamas, Alvars, Siddhas, and Yogis, who are the authority of Hinduism, who are scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. The Apta Pramanas are the avatars who land on the planet Earth to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar, personal experience of each power manifestation. Shakshi Pramana, or the experience of millions of disciple devotees, followers, initiated into the science by Bhagavan himself. The Shastra Pramana today from Veda Agamas, Hatha Yoga Pratipika, Sutra 71, Dharana 70. So beautifully, Bhagavan has given that in the Arambha, a yogi's body becomes divine, glowing, healthy, and emit a divine smell. The whole of his heart becomes void. Such a beautiful thing that when we are in such a oneness space, Bhagavan always says, when Sita walked inside the whole auditorium, including Janaka, her own father, and these people who came to marry her, the lusty people who are standing in the line to marry her, all of them just raised with their folded hands. Because of the space that she was holding, such a grace, because she was very clear of her higher identity, who she was and what she is here to experience, the higher state of her reality. Again and again, because Janaka is an enlightened king, he was able to make her understand that the purpose of life was not in these outer world objects or illusion or delusion, and raise her to the higher experience of reality as the ultimate goal. When she started living that as her ultimate search and ultimate goal, simply her higher identity start experiencing the grace that she was holding in her. Bhagavan beautifully says how Osho or Ram Surat Kumar or Vibhudananda Puri or Yogi, his yoga guru, everybody were emitting the grace. The beautiful divine fragrance and grace happens when you are simply void inside in your heart. When your heart is melting in only the space of Paramashiva, your ultimate starts happening. You know how your own self is the way you enjoy the higher reality, the space of aham. Bhagavan beautifully says, when you drop the you are and start loving the you, who is the original of everything, start more and more living in the you than the you are, than the mind, but in the I. Stay aham. Bhagavan beautifully says in a couple of words, again and again, when we are understanding that how we can enjoy the higher reality, who we are is the divine, the ultimate oneness space. If we start enjoying that space, the outer world, which is illusion and delusion, stops making any reactionary assumption or pandemic fatigue in us. The D spot, the delight spot, or the divine spot, or the dopamine spot, whatever in the brain, is not happening due to something outside which is illusionary, which in first place is not there. So trying to catch that, again and again the mind gets failed because there is nothing to catch. And again it increases the dose, and finally goes into such violence and such craziness to fulfill itself, which is not the divine spot or the delight spot, but it is only danger spot. Again and again, humanity is falling into the unknown consciousness zone and getting destroyed. Destroy and death is the only thing which is happening. Bhagavan beautifully says, little unclutching from those and understanding that the same delight spot can be experienced into intense and immense and many folds, many thousand folds, if we understand who we are. The little unclutching and little nirvikalpa samadhi meditation will give us the higher reality, who we are. Bhagavan beautifully gives us a story of Ganesha. Once Kubera wanted to showcase how rich and abundance he is, and he goes to Shiva and says, I want to feed all the Ganas. Please, you also come and take a meal from me. And Shiva simply says, take Ganesha and go, we are very busy. And he gets very frustrated. But because Shiva said, he takes Ganesha, a small boy, and goes and feeds. But to his great surprise, Kubera didn't know that Ganesha could eat anything and everything. He finished, everything was there. Whatever was available, which is cooked, which is not cooked, everything he ate, and he said, I am still hungry. And Kubera understood what his flaw was. He runs to Shiva and says, please help me. Then Shiva brings a handful of flattened rice and then gives to Ganesha, and he simply got fulfilled. The story again and again says, when we are trying to fulfill ourselves with the outer world, the illusionary and delusionary, assumptions, it only leads to the delusionary arrogance, the pandemic fatigue, constantly outer world as a reality, and that is the only thing that I have, will lead to only solidifying into more and more confusion and chaos. And loving the depression and chaos will lead only to the death. Again, knowing all the signs and falling into that doesn't make any sense. Raising ourselves to the higher reality, Bhagavan has given the Paramashiva Gana program to break the boredom and tiredness. Again and again, by breaking the boredom and tiredness and realizing our aham, the space where I love myself, the higher reality of me, I am Paramashiva, Bhagavan himself awaken and manifest as Shakti. The more and more Bhagavan possesses us, the more and more we are going to enjoy the ultimate space of Bhagavan in us. And finally, merging into him as in oneness. Such a beautiful sutra that Bhagavan has given. The Apta Pramana, such a great Nayanamar, Kunglikalaya Nayanamar, which Bhagavan himself has spoken. He used to take the incense to the temple after every puja, morning, evening, night, every day. And he loved taking the incense and going around the temple. And the beautiful, in the Chola kingdom, it was located in the south of river Kaveri. But he was becoming more and more poor because there was no earning in the house. And he spent all his money and wealth on this incense. And one day his wife gave her the Mangalya and all the last penny that she had for buying some food so that she can survive, and the kids. So Kunglikalaya, he takes the money and goes. In the middle, he sees the person who's selling the incense stick. He gets more joyed that he can buy the incense and simply goes and buys the incense and goes to the temple, forgetting his wife and family and everything, but enjoying his only the space of doing the seva for Sadashiva. So he goes to the temple and does the seva of Kunglikalaya. He was putting the incense stick and going around the temple, and finally fell asleep in the temple. And Paramashiva, seeing his devotion, simply goes to his house and fills with all the abundance and food and everything that is required for the house, and wakes him up and says, "Go home and eat. You must be tired." And so beautifully, he goes home to see that everything is available. And then he has the darshan of Paramashiva himself taking him to Kailasha. The Atma Pramana, Bhagavan's darshan. Bhagavan has given darshan for millions of disciple, devotees, followers, and everybody who came near had clearly had the experience of the divine fragrance of the jasmine smell, the sandalwood smell, and the divine fragrance for many was a great experience. And Bhagavan's devotees across the globe have experienced a different smell. Like Mahatma says, she was able to experience the fresh rain smell. Bhagavan beautifully says, because of the current ecosystem, we are not able to smell the sand. Always in us, we should be able to smell the rain. What happens when the first rain happens? That smell is always there in the ground. We should be able to smell that at any time because of our unconsciousness, layers of unconsciousness, the way we exist. We are not able to experience that. Here, the devotee is explaining very clearly how she's experiencing that when she had a cognitive shift. And all other fragrance around them also, they have experienced manifesting the powers of Surabhi, the divine fragrance. And so beautiful. Now we will start experiencing the power of divine fragrance. You can sit with a partner and you can emit that beautiful smell around you by connecting to Paramashiva, and simply the other partner will be able to tell you what smell it is, and then you can share your experience. Now let's sit straight with head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye again and again. Absolute unclutching and complete completion, that this world is redundant, irrelevant, a dream. It does not even matter. How in the deep sleep it never matters. For a few minutes, make it redundant and irrelevant for you to manifest the powers. Oneness with Paramashiva. Break the boredom and tiredness, any hate speech. The self-doubt, self-denial and self-hatred are the hate speech inside us. Drop it completely and simply be in the oneness. All the darshan, all the beautiful leelas that Bhagavan plays for us with the powerful cognition again and again to raise us to the greater superconscious being. Remembering your higher self is the integrity with Bhagavan. Again and again, understanding Bhagavan is ultimate and you are ultimate, experiencing that as the only strength that you're going to manifest any of your reality. Chant the Mahavakya continuously for next 10 minutes. The whole being vibrates, and in a deep listening, you'll manifest such beautiful power. So you can record this and you can play it back anytime, or you can record the testimonial at the end of this session. So let's chant the Mahavakya for next 10 minutes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's start the oneness capsule. Continue to chant Mahavakya. We'll play the oneness capsule.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam wonderful experience that you experience the divine fragrance. Now you can make in this round the others to experience the divine fragrance. And at end you can share the experience. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva again and again in your third eye. Remembrance is liberation. Bringing your awareness to your third eye, the space between your eyebrows, is liberation. Bhagavan beautifully says that all the time we are caught up in the lower three chakras, Muladhara, Swadhisthana and Manipuraha, in the food, lust, fear, greed pattern. When we are detoxing and completely we are empty in the whole, the lower three parts, the intestine, stomach and the gut, simply our brain will reflect the pure consciousness space and we'll be able to remember again and again Paramashiva in our third eye and be in a heightened intelligence. Here he says absolute unclutching to experience the state of Paramashiva, complete completion to experience the space of Paramashiva, experience the oneness with Paramashiva when you break the boredom and tiredness. Again and again, contemplate on Bhagavan's truth, Paramashanta Swarupa, Sarvaprityagi, how he is living every moment as auspiciousness. He is saying this pandemic fatigue is also the greatest auspiciousness on humanity to raise the humanity to next consciousness. We only think the caterpillar is dying, but he says the caterpillar is becoming the butterfly, which is going to be a lot more beautiful and lovely. All the actions of Paramashiva is only to raise the humanity, not to destroy the humanity. Only human being, we don't understand these things, destroy himself and others around him by delusionary assumption and reactions. So beautifully he's guiding, initiating and pulling us into the higher reality. All we need to do is ask for it, seek for it and surrender in gratitude for Paramashiva grazing us. Such a beautiful space and complete integrity, declaring that as our integrity, we can experiencing the being of Paramashiva. Now start chanting for the second round. Again, 10 minutes intensely, whole being vibrating with it from your navel center, offering in your Jatagni. Again and again, when you chant the Mahavakya, you raise in the frequency and start manifesting the powers. Let's start chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continuously start chanting the Mahavakya and we'll play the oneness capsule now.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Such a beautiful experience that Paramashiva himself has manifested as Shakti through all of us. So please share your testimonial, your experience, your partner's experience, or your partner can share in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. It doesn't take few seconds, but it makes a difference of few beautiful cells that is going to respond whenever you say, I am Paramashiva, I am consciousness, I am experiencing the divine consciousness in me, and I experience that as my source to manifest my reality. Again and again and again, living as conscious being, living as Paramashiva is the way we need to exist and manifest our reality. Again and again, anything that you want in a life, whether you're walking or making a financial decision, Paramashiva is the only space. Whatever he says, just start experiencing that and executing that. You will be in oneness with Paramashiva and manifest all your reality. So don't miss to share, contribute to others' life. Only by contributing others' life, making everyone successful in whatever you desire, simply you'll see your desire and success happening. Others are nothing but your own reality. When you understand all others are your reality and start causing everybody, you will be caused to higher reality. That is liberation. Bhagavan beautifully says, we are our demons, we are our Devatas. Only thing we have to raise ourselves by constantly asserting our space that I am Paramashiva and manifesting only that from that space that I am Paramashiva and sharing with the world constantly. So with that, let's surrender to Bhagavan all the powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, when we surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet, we raise in the frequency with a deep seeking and gratitude. Ask Bhagavan to make the Paramashiva space in you as reality. So with that, let's remember Paramashiva in our third eye and again raise ourselves into the conscious space I am Paramashiva and end this session with a Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you, Swamiji. And make sure you don't miss any of the Kailash Kotiyat sessions and power manifestation sessions. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
The recording has started.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithya